The wise one here. As always, I'm gonna give you guys a chance to get in here. Enjoy the view in the meanwhile. I'll start at the 2 or 3 minute mark. Like I said, I'm giving you all a chance to get in here. Hopefully everyone's in good spirits. Hopefully everyone's growing, in mind, maturing, becoming more aware. Now I'm gonna start. If I'm not clear, let me know. When you're dealing with life, life has to do with influence. When I say life, I'm talking about all the living in it. When you're dealing with life, you're dealing with influence. Of course, everyone has their own brain. If you didn't have influence, everyone would basically just have their own mind. And however deep that is, And so you have influence. This is pulling from other people's mind, seeing things, and hearing things. Now, when you're dealing with influence, sound. Sound is the heights of influence, meaning you can see a thing, but hearing the thing, it'll hold more merit, or it will stick into the mind more. Think like you can see something and not understand what you're seeing truly. You can hear a thing, and even if you don't understand, you'll still kind of shape and form your own perspective. The point I'm making is sound is more powerful than sight or any other thing that can influence. Now, of course, word falls into sound. Music as well. And so when you're dealing with sound, music is the most powerful. Meaning sound is the most powerful influencer of any physical thing. You can test this out on snakes, meaning over in China, they have little practices where they'll hypnotize a snake, using music. And the snake will kind of be lost in a trance. I'm giving you that example so you can grasp music. is the pinnacles of sound. And when you're speaking of sound, you're speaking of influence. Now, music, this is the most powerful form of influence, meaning whether you're speaking nursery rhymes for children, this is why they're putting that rhyming way like that. It's easier to remember or stick into the mind when it's put in song format or music format. This is why we say our ABCs the way we do. Well, you know, when you're taught in school, kind of in song format. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You don't just learn it regular because, you know, like I said, sound, music. It sticks more to the mind. I'm saying that so this generation or any generation to come after grasp music. This is the sorcery that's going to be used to control or influence. Influence is a form of control. If I can influence you to do something, you get my point? It's the same as I controlled you. And so music will be used to influence. It always has been. Like I said, A, B, C, D. However far back you want to go, whether you're speaking an individual's life or just the history of man, music is always the beginnings of influencing a people. They have a hadith. I think this is an Islamic hadith, but it may be one of the Apocrypha. It may be one of the Apocrypha books, I don't remember. But in the story, this is when you have the children of Seth. They're still on top of the mountain. Of course, Cain killed Abel. Then Adam and Eve had another child, Seth. Cain, you know, he went to the east, or he went down to the plains. This is like your flat lands. Adam, Eve, and of course Seth. Abel's dead, Cain left. All you have left now is Seth. And so all the children Seth have, these would be the descendants of Seth. And so you have a separation in this hadith or verse. I don't remember which one. Meaning I don't remember if it's Christian or Islamic. But as I always tell you, both religions are the same. And have the same characters and everything. In the story, you have the children of Seth, or the, you know, generations of Seth living on the mountaintop. And of course you have Cain's descendants living down in the plain. And it was through music, meaning in the hadith it explains to you how the people down in the plains, you know, they was dibbling dabbling with makeup and, you know, dressing in a provocative way. And of course the children of Seth up on the mountaintop there, you know, they're living a more humble existence. But they're looking over the mountaintop at the children of Cain, or the people of Cain. Now in the hadith it says that the men of Seth, meaning the descendants of Seth, the men were good looking. And when you're dealing with the children of Cain, the men were not so good looking, but the women were. And so the good looking men of Seth-line started to look at the good looking women of Cain's line. And they slowly started to come off the mountaintop, you know, and basically engage with Cain's descendants. And there was a separation before that. Now the point I'm making, I'm just using a hadith as, you know, a reference of a sort. But of course I already gave you guys real life reference with ABCD and all that. But when you're dealing with that hadith, it all starts with music, meaning in the hadith it says the Satan, or the devil, came as a little boy. And he had a little instrument, and you know, he would bang the instrument, the people would come around and dance, and then, you know, that evolved. And so sound or music This is what's always going to be used to influence, the people in a whole. Now you have different races of men, I guess you can say, nationalities, however you want to view it. I'm going to let this plane pass. Now you have different nationalities or races, in current times. And each race or group has their music. Now when you're dealing with hip hop or your black music, peace and wisdom, J Hall. I was wondering if I was clear or not. It's a little windy. But when you're dealing with your black race, of course, we have hip hop. And so the music is used to influence us, meaning we have hip hop, this other nationality has their music, so on and so forth. Now, of course, we don't own the music, meaning it doesn't matter what nationality you come from. Let's say you're Jamaican. Let's say you're Puerto Rican. Puerto Ricans do not own Puerto Rican music. The labels do. These labels are usually white owned. Now, this is not a black-white thing, or this has nothing to do with those things. This has to do with, y'all understanding influence. It starts with sound. And this is all science and perspective. I'm dumbing it down so you guys can grasp, but there's an alchemy or a chemistry to sound. Now we have hip-hop. Spanish has their music, everyone has their music, but like I said, it's not owned by the people. In that the people can be influenced on the sound. Remember, sound is what's going to influence everyone. And everyone's going to listen to their music for the most part. And so, this is good. Until you consider that the music is not owned by the people, in that they don't control what the sound is. Now, when you're dealing with the black culture, I don't know Spanish music, meaning I don't speak Spanish that good, a little bit, but you get my point? You can use whatever I say in regards to black music to whatever, nationality you are and whatever music, is y'all's. Now, if you pay attention to the black music, we have like drill music. This music is used to influence. You go back before this time, there was another kind of hip-hop. If you go back before that time, it was a different kind of hip-hop. You get it? If you go back before that time, different kind of hip-hop. Go back before that time, there was no hip-hop. Like that. Music evolving over time, but changing according to how they want the masses to be influenced. When I say they, I'm speaking of whoever controls the music. Of course, the labels control the music. And the labels have to do with the government. Now, you have drill music. This is violent music. Music that has to do with promoting crime. Now, where it's important is this. Meaning, what's important about that is this. You have the music. And you have all the times of hip-hop. But when you get to today's time, you have drill music. And this music, It aligns with helping the police arrest people. I'm saying that so maybe, a light bulb pop off in your head. The music companies are owned by the government, and the government has to do with prison. Prison is a business, meaning there's no business that's generating more income than prison, unless you're probably talking like cocaine or something, maybe. But in regards to businesses that been up and running for who knows how long now, prison. Do you see how y'all the music now, it co-aligns with the prison system? Meaning they can't have, let's say you have a rap album coming out, so you promote it. You say, go buy my album. You get it? And maybe you take an ad out in the paper. Maybe you pay for a commercial to promote your album. Now, prison is a business, and you need people to go to jail for this business to be lucrative. But you can't promote it. You get my point? You can't put an ad out in the paper. Please come to jail. I'm trying to make my jail money. I own a jail. Please come. You follow? You cannot promote prison in the same way you'd promote any other business or product. In that it slipped into the music. Do you follow? In whose music? The blacks. This is the main target for prison. Blacks and minorities. When you're talking about minorities, I guess blacks is at the top of that list. And so we become the target of prison because we don't control our music. Our music can be, because we don't control our music, we can be influenced to make whatever music those that cut the check say to make, not realizing that the music we're making is promoting prison, which is a business we don't got no stakes in. You follow? Maybe Michael Jordan. Maybe one or two black people maybe have a little stake in the prison business, but for the bulk of us, we don't. And so do you get my point? You got to get control back of the music, because the music's being used to lead our young back. I'm saying back because my whole generation done went to jail, a generation before that, you get it? And so it's being used to kind of get this generation to go to prison, because this generation, they have more opportunity than my generation and the generation before that. Meaning this generation is not the generation that's going to be standing on the corners. They're online. They're doing whatever they do online. They found their way that way. And they generate their money that way. But do you get my point? It's just like hip-hop. Hip-hop's something we created. It started helping the community in regards to generating revenue for those that's into hip-hop. But then the hip-hop gets directed another way. Meaning the hip-hop gets used to promote prison. When I say promote prison, I mean prison is a business, but they need to get y'all in there. And so crime has to be promoted to y'all so that y'all want to do it. If you go back before music, they used to put up wanted posters all over the place. Different outlaw gangs. And this was used to promote crime. I know a lot of people look at it like, no, that wasn't to promote crime. They wanted to catch those criminals. A lot of those criminals was ex-law enforcement, or they worked with the government in helping them establish the prison system. Meaning, who would think to rob a bank? They just now developing the place. Meaning, let's say they just come to America, now they're building banks and things like that. Who would think to rob the bank if you ain't even fully aware of money? Meaning you still living off the land. Money ain't really a need for you. You still living the old way off the land. And that, who's thinking to rob a bank for paper when you live off the land? You like, we could take over somebody's land, like they plantation or something. I'm saying that so you can grasp. They put those bank robber posters up, usually of white guys, to influence people to commit crime, because if these criminals are wanted, that means they got away with the crime. You see a wanted poster sitting up, that means that person got away. They getting away right as you see in the poster with the crime. It make you say, damn, I could do that. It's like the drug dealer stories. Y'all hear the drug dealers made a lot of money. Focus so much on, there's not a lot of stories about what happened to them in prison. So we just hear the money, the making of the money, then the going to jail, and then we go to the next story. Like I said, it ain't much story once you get to that part. Nobody's talking about that part. I'm not saying it need be talked about, but you get it? It's all used to promote crime. You figure every generation gonna tell the generation after them, stay away from the street. Stay away from the street. Stay away from crime. Y'all all told y'all youngins this. If you my age or older, even if you younger, you told somebody younger than you, stay away from crime. Your sibling, whoever. It's just a normal thing of people gonna do. Once they, make their mistakes, they gonna spread that word. Don't do that. And so you get it? They're using the music to influence our young to go to prison. This is why if you came out of jail, it's so easy for you to get an interview or kind of make yourself known. But you got a talent and other stuff, but they don't want to deal with that so much. They want to hear your prison stories. Meaning all them dudes that tell y'all prison stories online, all of these dudes have a life. And they have things that they do. Prison ain't what they do, it's what they did. Or it's something that happened to them. But they're forced to just keep speaking about prison only. You get my point? And so this is all designed to influence the next generation to go to prison. But remember, prison is a business. As long as that business is up and running, they're going to find a way to promote people to go. You get it? And so I don't want you to get lost on, I forgot what that's called. Not the theories, but I don't want you to get lost into all the, prison and all the mumbo jumbo talk. Just focus on the point. Prison is a business, and this business has been being promoted to our people through many different forms. Let's go all the way back to wanted posters. And your outlaw gangs, which is usually a group of white boys committing big crimes that a normal minority of the land wouldn't even think to do. It don't have anything to do with them. You get it? A bank don't have anything to do with us, but if we see the white boys robbed it, then we like, why not? They got away with it. In that, whoever's on a wanted poster, man, they work for the sheriff. This is why a lot of those outlaws ain't never really get caught. And the ones that did, you feel me? We don't know what happened to them truly. They say they killed them, whatever. Bonnie and Clyde, they say they killed them, but you get my point? What were they promoting truly? Crime. They was promoting crime in a times where things was becoming new. Meaning you got banks, schools, and society as we know it being developed in those times. You got prisons, but no one's committing crimes. You get my point? Like that. In that, you start making petty laws like if you jaywalk across the street, we'll lock you up. Like that. You build the prison, but ain't nobody coming because ain't nobody doing no crime, really. Everybody live like the animals. You respect my turf, my territory, I respect yours. And so, crime has to be promoted to the people. It's just like this new generation. Crime gotta be promoted to y'all cause y'all elders ain't gonna promote it to y'all. You get it? Whoever's just got out of prison and they do interviews talking about prison. They wouldn't be telling their young this or their young wouldn't hear it. But you get it? It's their shot to make a little revenue for themselves, and so they tell the story. But in any other situation, do you follow? These is things we'd keep separate. You follow? You went to prison, whatever happened to you in prison, you may not necessarily tell your kids. Say it's done with, just leave it there. You get my point? They don't even need to know. Most parents wouldn't even tell their kids if they don't need to. You get it? They'll lie and say, man, you did a year, you lied and said you was on vacation. You was out working. You get my point? Most people not going to tell their kids they negatives because they don't want the kids to kind of mimic that. And so everything is designed so each generation get influenced into crime. So let's say you a young person now, and so I explain to you how they're influencing y'all to get into crime through y'all music. They pay y'all for y'all music so they can kind of control what y'all talk about. And what y'all talk about is everything because that's what's going to influence the listener. When you're dealing with music, usually young people are listening to this the most. And so do you get my point? You get the young bodies in jail. They come out of jail when they old. And you get my point? Half their life done passed them by. They got a lot of catching up to do. In that, you stay ahead of the race. Meaning this is why black people so far behind and it always feel like we trying to catch up. Because they lock us away at 16. And they could do 30 years at 16, come home 46. He got a lot of catching up to do. I'm talking about catching up on the times. Like, okay, what are y'all doing now? And so like that, they keep us behind because they keep us in prison. And they keep us in prison because they make sure it's promoted to us. Meaning glamorized to us. In that, we do crime, we end up in jail, and the prison business is booming, big baby. You get my point? And rap work with it. Now, you want to go a little deeper? Lil Boosie about to go to jail. And this nigga about to go to jail. And these is all hip-hop rappers. That part is like I said, the music and the prison business go hand in hand. The one helped the other. Meaning the music business helped the prison business by influencing people to do crime. And when you get to them high ups that own, you know, these record labels, like I said, most of these people, ex-CIA workers and stuff like that. All the music business, all the music companies, record companies, are music companies. I'm sorry. All the record companies are movie companies. Sony Music is Sony Studios. You get it? That when y'all go watch movies and it pop up like Warner Brothers movie. Warner Brothers movie and Warner Brothers music is the same thing. You know, the movie business took over hip-hop. A lot of people don't realize that. We think like record companies were created or record companies were already, and you get my point? No, this was all designed. You got ex-CIA members creating, I don't want to even say ex-CIA members. Rap is a law enforcement created business. Not rap, I don't want to say rap. Hip-hop music, the business, meaning the record companies and all of that. These things was created by what y'all will call the feds. You get my point? You can look up Do federal agencies own businesses? Like, do the CIA have businesses? The CIA got airplane companies like Delta and shit like that. Like that. CIA got an a airplane company. But just look up if law enforcement, the CIA, whatever you want. Stick with the CIA. Do they own businesses outside of, what they do? And you'll see, yeah, they do. The music business is like, the music business itself is like an undercover agent. And the high up record execs are like on undercover jobs, if that makes sense. So you could say the CIA created a music business, and then they put, undercovers in there to run these businesses. These would be, your high up record execs, your CEOs of these record companies. And do you get my point? Y'all sign contracts with these companies, and then slowly after that, y'all end up in jail. Doesn't matter who you are. You could be Wesley Snipes. You know, put him in jail for taxes. They gonna put you in jail. It's deep. Swick said Warner Brothers are Jewish. Salam, shalom. It wouldn't matter what they are. The point is, you get it? Prison. Prison is a business, and people have to go for that business to kind of be lucrative in that. Y'all got to know this place got to be promoted in some kind of way. I'm saying that because if you black, we got to become more mindful on these things and put filter, They gonna pay us to tell our negativity. They know our youngs are the main one listening. Again, they gonna pay us to tell all our negativity. Meaning you gonna go to jail, come out of jail, then they gonna pay you to stay there by telling the story over and over, in that you can't even move along past that. Everybody know you as a jail nigga. You follow? Like I said, most of these dudes coming out of jail, they got talents that they've been abandoning while doing crime. And they probably come home and get into their talents. But what happens is they forced to keep telling their story, and that it keeps them in that light where people keep looking at them as jail people. And it's used to promote it to their younger generations that's going to be watching them. And that the prison business win. A lot of talent in prison, and that's the whole point that I'm trying to tell y'all. People have talents, then these talents are directed by whatever company that they sign to. So you have a talent, then you sign to a company, then they control how you use that talent. And you get my point? Next thing you know, your whole generation going to jail. But you don't know why. Meaning if you young, I'm sure you like, dag, a lot of my partners going in and out of jail, man. But y'all can't grasp all the way why. Like, y'all just look at it like, man, they broke the law. They did whatever crime they did and got caught. That's why. But that's not why. You get my point? It all start with the sounds. The music in the movies, meaning they capture our sight and our sound. Well, they capture our eyes and our ears. And you get my point? They get to working on those things. In that, when I was growing up, we seen Menace to Society, Juice, all these things that coincided with the music y'all listen to now. When I was younger, you had like Criss Cross and all that. The music wasn't that negative, but the movies were. The black made ones. You had Dead Presidents, they robbing the bank. You had Set It Off, they robbing the bank. Do you see how they like trying to manipulate us to rob damn banks? Why they keep on doing this? They probably got a famous bank robber right now that y'all watch. It's not by mistake. And so when I was young, the music wasn't that negative, but the movies, the black movies, they were negative. Think Like, what was it called? Think Like a Man. No, that wasn't it. There was a movie with Martin Lawrence, and he was like a playboy, and then, you know, he had messed with Lynn Whitfield. That's her name. I forgot what her name was in the movie, but he got with her, and then things got a little crazy for him. You know, she was kind of harassing him, and it got crazy. But the point I'm making is, you see how they promoting like be a playboy. This is where all of these things come from. Meaning y'all don't take account of how y'all see movies and listen to music and these other things that control how y'all think. You follow? If everybody take accountability that's black for that, they be like, yeah, we do that. Then you get my point? You'll kind of see what they're doing before they do it. You'll be aware, like, yeah, they trying to get us to go to jail. They keep trying to get us to promote it. You promoting to your own, man. Get you some land, get you a business. And then on the flip side, you got somebody promoting to them go to jail. Go to jail by robbing the bank or doing whatever they say in them drill songs. And so it's a deep thing. When you go to your early religions, if I'm not clear, I know it's a little windy, let me know. But this is why when you go to your early religions, music was viewed as, you know, an evil thing, a devil thing. And I know if you've heard that before, you like I was when I was young. I'm like, I don't see, like, you get it? What the hell do music gotta do with evil? Get it, but it mean like in that way the music will evolve, meaning music is a control thing, and so it will start off good, you know, ring around the rosy, a pocket full of toesies, but then when you get to the end, you like ashes, ashes, we all fell down dead, like that. You could try it with any kid song you want. Humpty Dumpty was the man, then he fell off the wall and died. Like that. The music start off good. You start off with hip-hop. It start off to the hip-hop, hippie, the hippie to the hip-hop, you don't stop. Goofy. And then it come to where you at now. Where a nigga like, I will pull up and shoot you in your forehead. Like that. It start off good, but by the time you get to the end, everybody dead. Again, you could use Humpty Dumpty as a reference. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall, he was that dude. And then it was over for him. Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of toesies. Whatever that is, sound like money to me. But then the ashes in the ashes part. That's death. Hold on. What happened to the posies in the pocket? So you get it. Nursery rhymes is teaching y'all want y'all to worship death and destruction, you know? You have those that believe, in anarchy. And they believe you can get control through absolute anarchy. I know you probably view control as a peaceful, orderly thing, but you have chaos and you have those who know how to control through it. Meaning you can control people if you keep them in a chaotic state, and that they can't really think and don't have a moment, to put everything together that they may need. And so you get my point? You do live in the world, and the world is trying to influence, or those who are at the tops of the world, they're trying to influence, everybody else to serve death and destruction. That way they be, dead and destroyed. Those who rule and, run things, they stay in power. We're like cattle in these cities that we live in. Meaning these cities, these Babylons that we live in, you could view a plantation as the precursor to a city. Of course, the plantation, you got your slaves there, they're working whatever crop or whatever resource that the plantation owner is selling. You get it? He's exporting it back to wherever he's from or wherever they sell it at, And so that evolves into the cities, that you see that we all live in. And you view these cities as like zoos, meaning we're like cattle to the city owner. In the past, this was called like shepherd king. You go back to ancient Mesopotamian times, you have a lot of shepherd kings. But it's speaking of, those who conquered men. When I say conquered men, I mean like in the way that you see how we live now. There's a king over the city, and then there's all the civilians, and they fall under this king. He's their shepherd. They're like his cattle. It's like in the Bible when it speaks of Nimrod, and it said he was a mighty hunter for the Lord. And talking about men, like blood conquer men. He say, build me a city. Like that. And so it's a deep thing. A shepherd would do with his sheep. You want to have control over his sheep. So you get it. This is where all that circumcision stuff comes from. Before those times, it was branding. Basically men being conquered and owned. Peace and wisdom switch. You said, do you still say this is hell? No, I changed my mind. It's always hell. Type of people y'all listen to. Whatever I say, that's what it is forever. I don't say stuff because I think in the moment. I don't deal with opinions and none of that. So whatever I say, you get it? That's just what it is. Now, when I say this is hell, your understanding is limited. Meaning a lot of you guys have limited understanding. Hell to you is some Christian thing. But I'm speaking deeper than that. You have many cultures that go all the way back to Hinduism. And they have an understanding of, like I said, hell is a limited thing. It's a Christian or a Western thing, you know, simplified to a stupor almost. But it come from deeper things, you get it? So you have ancient cultures and they have their name for hell. Hell being this whole reality that we live in, from unconsciousness all the way to awake. All of that being hell, all of that being what you're trapped in, meaning as a soul or a mind, y'all go into the darkness and then pop back out of it here, never being able to escape the here or the darkness, or the in-betweens, which is your dream realms or your afterlife realms. But do you get my point? This don't have nothing to do with ideology. This don't have anything to do with a book. It's got to do with real wisdom. You follow? And so there you go, Namnad, Samsara. When you're dealing with your Hindus, they have Samsara, but it's explaining, like I said, everything from unconsciousness to awake. Unconsciousness is a part of your reality. Of course, you're not physical there. Your physical body is in the physical life when you're unconscious. And of course, you have dream and you're not using your physical vessel there. And then you have awake. And you have those three realms in existence and y'all are stuck in between them. Meaning we ping pong in between those three for all the days we stuck here. Do you follow? And so, like I said, it's a deep thing, but most of y'all wisdom is limited. And that, when I say this is hell, you're thinking from like a Christian thing, and it's all one life and one existence, meaning everything from unconscious to awake. That's just one thing. And then you got the outsides of that. I guess this is where man is trying to evolve to or get to. But hell is basically like prison or a trap. And like I always tell y'all, we stuck in the day. Meaning you're gonna leave this place as a mind, but you're gonna get snapped right back here. That's when you wake up in the morning. And so it's all perspective. As a mind, y'all escape this place, meaning y'all fall unconscious and then y'all start to drift away from the physical life. And then y'all snap back. And then every morning y'all snap back. Never being able to leave here, like, and so you got teachings on this place being hell, but if you a Christian or someone lost into religion, you're gonna have, you know, a limited perspective of hell. And so the first step is awareness, meaning we all have to become aware of our reality. Most people have never taken the time to think on that. You know, connect the dots, so to say. In that, you get my point? In that, y'all be talking about gods and God's coming to save y'all, and y'all don't understand that God must be born from self. Meaning y'all have to evolve into this ideal that y'all have of this God. Y'all and this God being one, like baby and adult. And so everyone's seeking God instead of watering God. Like I said, God is within us all. You have to water that the same way we water that Satan. I'll say it again. We got to water that God within the same way we be watering that Satan. Y'all know what I mean. Y'all know what I mean when I say y'all be, you know, watering y'all Satan to death. letting that grow and manifest out more and more, but not the God in self. You could look at God as just the personification of good, and devil the personification of evil. You know, put the D in the front of that thing, the evil. And, you know, add an O to that God, or take a O away. But most people are watering their bad or their evil, not the God within. In that, you get my point? The religion makes y'all like dependent. But life is not about you being dependent, it's about your evolving into a self-dependence. This is when you can be depended on. You follow? And we have to all be able to be dependent on. It ain't so much about us being dependent. As a child, yeah, but at some point we have to evolve so we can be depended on. That way those that's coming in, you get my point? Everything have to be balanced in order. Balanced and ordered out, but you know, we have to evolve into these greater glories, meaning you can't just stay the lower thing. You can't just stay the thing that needs to be helped, but you have to evolve into the thing that helps. And so you get my point? You have to look at God as an example. And everybody evolving into their God. When I say their God, I don't mean a selfish thing like your truth. That's a lie. Somebody hit you with the my truth. Hey, that's a lie. What does that even mean? I ain't no truth belong to anybody. You can't have your own truth. It's just the truth. But you get my point? When I say their own God, I don't mean like everybody got their own God. I mean everybody got God or the source of life within them. I don't like that word God. Y'all know why. It have to do with religion. It have to do with, you know, most highs. You know, Satan worship. Satan is the most high, y'all Lucifer. Whether he was cast down or not, they never said he wasn't the most high anymore. So you get my point? God is a term for dominance, and life is not about that. Nature show you that. Nature is an expression or physical emanation of, you know, the source of life. And nature show you, Mama Nature gives, Mama Nature just give until you get it. You let her rot away and you don't keep up with her. You ain't got no apple trees and we ain't got nothing growing. It's because we ain't putting no seeds in the ground. But you get my point? God more like that. Gonna give until it ain't nothing else to give, and that's on you. But it ain't a dominant thing. It's a giving thing. The same way y'all gave life to y'all children, it ain't have nothing to do with you controlling them. You want them to grow and evolve into a better adult than you, or at least of equal measure, but not lower. And so view God that way. God wants you to evolve to an equal, or at least, you get it? God wants you to be greater than God, or at least of equal measure. You know, that raising the bar thing. And so most people's perspective of God that fall into religion, you get it? They don't know what they fall into, but like I said, it's about evolving into whatever we call as God, or, you know, you say God is planted in us all, but we gonna decide if we let it grow. It's just like your talents. Everybody got a talent, but everybody not gonna water their talent. Everybody's not going to let their talent evolve. You know? You might have been a good basketball player, but you was too lost into the streets. In that, you get my point? Wind up going to prison or something, and you ain't get a chance to let your talent blossom into whatever it was supposed to. And so just look at everybody like that, you know? God is something that's within, that have to do with the good of self. Not the bitternesses, not the angers. We go through experiences. They make us angry, bitter, whatever the case may be. That's something else. But you get my point? God got to do with the good in us. The getting over things. Look at it like that. Whatever you went through, if you can get over it emotionally or mentally, this is them spiritual battles. But everything boil you down to your getting over or raising above, the low things. Again, some of y'all going through these spiritual battles, but you're not viewing it in that way. Meaning you got past experiences that still bother you. And you have to look at it as it's something that you have to overcome. Evolve beyond. And so, everybody grows in their own time, but it's not about falling into the lesser things, where you groom yourself into being, a lesser. Waiting for help, and you get my point? It's not about that. That's that shepherd thing. There you go, Swix. Balance is key. Balance is fair. Most people view balance as like, standing on something and keeping their balance. But balance has to do with fair, meaning the mind has to be balanced or fair. Not just to others, but to yourself. Some of you guys are in unfair situations, but the unfairness is on you. And for whatever reason, you stay in the unfair situation, but you get my point? It's all about balance. You will prosper when all is balanced. We're speaking your perspective. When your perspective is fair and not selfish to self, you will see your life change. You get my point? It starts there, though. All our flaws and all our bad side come from that. The imbalance are the parts of ourselves that are not fair. Lost on yourself. And so once the mind is fair or balanced, then the perspective or the perception can be as such. Fair is good or balance is good. If you are Christian, in the Bible it says God created the heavens and the earth, and then it was good. This is two opposites, above and below. Again, the Bible say God created the heavens and earth. This is above and below, two opposites, and it was good. And created the light for the day and the light for the night, and then it was good. Notice how if you read that Bible in the beginning, God creates opposites, but he don't say it's good till both are fulfilled. Meaning until both are created, then it's good. They say God created Adam. He ain't say nothing about it was good until he created the opposite too, which is Eve, a woman. After God create Eve, then he say, and then it was good, and then the day and the night. You get it? Like that. It's giving you a lesson on balance or fair. And this is the foundations of all teachings or any wisdoms you can think of. It starts there. The mind has to be fair, meaning you have to conquer your selfish ways. They tie into the ego or the I. When you can see a thing however you want, whether you're right or wrong. Y'all do have that ability. You can become aware that you're wrong and then just blow it off and be like, I don't care, I'm right to me. Like that. You have to conquer that, get the mind fair or balanced, and live that balance, the actions of it. And then you will see the mind start to evolve. Peace and wisdom lie in Zion. If any of you guys want to give back, of course, y'all know I believe in balance. That's the foundations of my teachings. You can click on one of my old videos, maybe one from maybe the last 2 or 3. You click on the title. My links are there if you want to give back for the deep jewels, the deep lessons. I didn't get a chance to put it in this description, so it's not in this video. But if any of you guys know it, you can put it up for me. I appreciate that. I'm not sure what you're going to do, Lion Zion, but you can ask, a question if you need. And so for those of y'all that are Christians that come in here, let me give y'all a little scholarship, I ain't got the Bible with me on hand, but I'm going to just go off the top of the dome. We're going to start with Genesis, so y'all get the proper understanding of things. You have the religion. This is the group of people, that just say whatever they say. They haven't necessarily read the book. More than reading the book, one must pray for understanding, because that book ain't something you just read and be like, oh, I get it. Nah. Like I said, I had to read it with a dictionary, because there's just words. Like I said, I had to read it with a dictionary before I got any even little bit of understanding of it. And so, you have the religion, which is the people who just say they're Christian. Then you have the book. The book don't say anything about Christians. You will notice everything the book say, the religious people do the opposite. The book says don't wear signs and symbols. Those in the religion do. I'm saying that so you can grasp the book has nothing to do with the group of people. The books is just old books that were written in many different times to save the people of those times from whatever their form of religion was. Those books being, gathered together and made into the Bible. And you get my point? Still has the same point, to save the people from religion. But the people of the religion, meaning Christians, they use the book. The book don't say anything about Christian in it. You follow? The people in the religion, they do the opposite of everything the book say. And so I'm giving you those references so you could grasp, oh yeah, the book must be to save the people from the religion. Because the people in the religion seem to be doing everything opposite of what the books say. If the people in the religion are wearing signs and symbols and the book say don't wear it, then that should tell you right there, okay, this book is about saving. The people you see doing everything it say don't. Well, of course, the book don't have nothing to do with Christianity, because Christianity is a new religion. But those books go back to Mesopotamian times, some of them. They go back a long ways. You got 66 different books in that Bible. And so some of them books are quite old. They go all the way back to Mesopotamian times. This is the precursor to the Middle East. But I'm saying that so you grasp that book is not the word of God. That book is the word to save, those of y'all that fall into all that God stuff. which is a religious thing. Religion being basically a cult that have to do with the world. You know, a cult usually has a little land somewhere where they do their own strange stuff. Just think of a cult if it took over the whole world. So like that, you know? And that y'all crowd around, y'all be like, we gonna wash up in the blood of Jesus. And, you know, this is all voodoo talk. You can bust people necks open and then wash up in their blood. Stab the God in his side and let the blood sprinkle all over your face. This is not this kind of stuff black people like to get into, but I don't know what's going on with y'all brains in the daytime. You know, the white man brought y'all that. The white man told you to bust God ribs open and take a bath in his blood, but that is not copacetic. Man, y'all know that ain't copacetic, so cut it out. Black people don't do stuff like that. That's not our nature. So we're talking about we the lamb of somebody. That means you gonna get eaten. And so the God got ate. If you lost it, you be like, how did God get eaten? Just read the Last Supper. They was practicing eating him there. He was going along with it. Like giving them bread, talking about it's his flesh. That's eating people. When did black people start eating? Man, you see how religion will take y'all, you know? Take y'all all off into the paganisms of this world. There you go. The religion got to do with eating flesh and drinking blood, but worse than that, of a God. And so most Christians don't realize that. And I ain't saying y'all got to, but those of y'all that's black, y'all got to get what I'm telling y'all at some point. I don't want to punch nobody in their eye. I don't want to punch none of my people in the eye, you feel me? Y'all is work. Stop playing. We got y'all out here worshiping, drinking the blood of goats, man. Let's go back to ancient times and Canaanite times. They sacrificing animals, busting them open. Now y'all got a religion where y'all say the God is a lamb. That's a man, but we practice eating him like he's a baby little lamb. Like I said, let's go back to eating goats, man. It's a deep thing. I can't make this up. If you a Christian, you said you said all that strange stuff, you know it. The thing is, people follow to the point where they don't even listen to themselves. And this is blasphemies, you know, y'all are being influenced to say. Y'all are being influenced to worship sacrifice. Of course, this is what y'all gonna be, but this is grooming the mind into that. Sacrifice ain't never good, meaning a scapegoat or a sacrificial lamb ain't never a good thing. That means you let something get thrown under the bus for self's sake. And it's that selfish thing I was telling y'all about. I'm gonna say it again, it's that selfish thing I was telling y'all about, where you lose your morals. If you black, you know what I'm talking about. Our grandmothers taught us this, man. You be fair. And you do something wrong, you stand on your business. You don't throw your cousin, your brother, nobody under the bus. Maybe a stranger. You get it? Maybe throw a stranger under the bus. But you don't throw your own under the bus. And we all got a mind to know if we do something wrong, the honorable thing to do would be to stand on your wrongs and not let it fall off on someone else. But the religion is basically telling y'all that it's okay for God to be y'all scapegoat. This is why the God is referred to as the sacrificial lamb. Let's go back to the Baphomet times. The Baphomet was the sacrifice goat, the scapegoat. I don't think y'all listening to the words. Y'all getting lost in the imagery. Scapegoat and sacrificial lamb is the same principle. It has to do with something going down and it didn't do anything. This is what y'all worship, imbalance. evil over good. This is why the God which is good is going to die for sin. The personification of sin is the devil. And the devil, the first sinner, first liar. He the personification of these things. And so if you're going to die for sin, you're dying for the devil. So that means y'all worship sin over good, or evil over good. And scapegoatism, which is when you find something to sacrifice it for your own self's sake. And this all go back to the ancient Canaanite times when they was sacrificing animals to their belly so they don't starve. You know how we live now. Y'all eat meat and food so y'all don't die. You don't care if that grass you eating, if you a vegan, had a life before you ate it. That's not your problem. You eat meat, you don't care if those lamb chops was a whole animal running around living its life. All you know is you got to eat. And so thank you, God, for this dead food. Thank you, God, for this dead life I'm about to put in my belly to save myself over it. Amen. You know, man worship. Y'all have y'all God looking like a man on that cross. Blood had a jerry curl and all that. Like, spit dripping off his face. I said, what in the fuck? Somebody done hauled off and whooped God's ass like how the Lord whooped Jacob's ass. Knocked his hip out the socket. I said, this religion thing got to do with force. The beginnings of Christianity start with Jacob getting his ass whooped by the Lord. They say the Lord knocked his hip out the socket. I said, I took a couple L's in my life, but ain't nobody was strong enough to beat my ass that good where they knocked my whole hip out the socket. I said, the Lord must have been a bodybuilder. Dude sounds strong. What the hell? I don't even know nobody that could do that. Like, I don't even got a homeboy I could be like, yo, knock his hip out the socket, blood. Like, I need a sludge hammer. I can't do it off my bare regular strength. So I'm reading the book. I say, Jacob got his ass whooped by the Lord. He's hanging on to the Lord's leg, talking about, now you got to bless me. You can't just beat my ass like this. So the Lord tell him, I'm going to change your name from Jacob to Israel. That way, when everybody spread the word that Jacob got his ass whooped by the Lord, they won't even know it's you. Your name Israel from this day forward, my child. And so he blessed him like that. Like, you know, back in the day, there's everything word of mouth. So people's like, yo, you heard what happened to Jacob? Yeah, the Lord whooped his ass last night. I heard he knocked his hip out the socket. I seen him limping over the brook. You feel me? But then when he, you know, when they talking about him, he like, my name is Israel, so they can't put it together. Like, oh, you the dude that got your ass whooped by the Lord? That's why you got the limp. My point is, Christianity started with a good old ass whooping. You go to Islam, Prophet Muhammad was in the cave, alone, crackhead shit. I don't want to argue with nobody though. If you a Muslim, I don't want to argue with you. I know any other time if a nigga was sitting in a dark cave by himself, y'all be like, dudes on that stuff, man. Why is he sitting there by himself? Is he beating off? What is he doing? Like, Prophet Muhammad went in the dark cave by himself, either beating off or getting high. You know how drug addicts get. They be like, hurt theyself to show you. I'ma show everybody. His people probably told him like, yo, you gotta clean yourself up, Muhammad. So he disappeared. He said, I'm gonna show them. I'll go in this cave and smoke all the crack I could find, and that'll teach them. You know how fiends is, man. They can fuck their own self up to prove to you like whatever they trying to prove. So Muhammad's in this cave, then Jibril, the angel, comes, the messenger. So I say, blood got to have the drugs. Blood was the drug dealer pulled up, and Prophet Muhammad owed him hella bread, so he squeezed him. It's the beginnings of Islam. It's the beginnings of Islam, meaning the angel Jibril taught the Quran to the Prophet Muhammad when he was sitting in that cave in the dark. So I mean like that. This is the beginnings of Islam. Not the beginnings of the Quran, meaning that story ain't in the beginning of the Quran, but this is the beginnings of Islam. When the Prophet Muhammad had his encounter with the angel Jibril. And in that encounter, the angel Jibril kind of squeezed Muhammad because he told him to read. You know, like how the Hebrew Israelites be like, read. That's why I tell the Hebrews, man, y'all, the ancient Hebrew Israelites they was Islamic people. They was followers of Islam. This is why when Moses went up into the mountain and he came back down, the Hebrew Israelites, they built the golden calf. You know, like in Islam, they got that crescent moon. That's bull horns. That's not a moon. That's bull horns. Calf worship. Let's go back to ancient Egypt with the box with the bull on it. In modern day, they have the box. This is the Kaaba, the building. And above it, you got the, you know, what y'all think is a crescent moon, but it's really bull horns. Sign of fertility. And so the ancient Hebrews, when Moses disappeared into the mountain to go talk to the Lord, because, you know, Moses is the precursor to Christianity, and the Hebrew Israelites is like the precursor to Islam. They got that religion out of Egypt. Like I said, in Egypt, they had the box with the bull on top of it. They used to walk around it and praise it. And then that evolved over time into how y'all got it today with the Kaaba, you know, with the crescent moon over it. But that crescent moon is really bull horns. So this is the old religion. And so this go deep. Like I said, the Hebrew Israelites of old, they was Islamic. A calf worship thing. This is why when Moses went into the mountain to speak to God, he came back, they built the calf. And they was back worshiping what they was worshiping in ancient Egypt, which is the precursor to Islam. And so you get my point? Moses killed them. Meaning Christianity was false. They get killed to beat up if you don't become a Christian, blood. Just like when the colonizers came to America, they was killing black people. They say, you better be a Christian. That's why black people was like, nah, the Lord's my shepherd. I want no smoke with the Lord, bud. Christianity ain't something that it's forced on the people first, meaning they get beat the fuck up, and then they be like, nah, you right, blood, God. You right. As I walk through the valley of the shadows, man, they say anything to stop getting their ass whooped. It's like Toby. Lashes back, he say my name Kunta, but after a few lashes, blood say my name whatever you needed to be. Just stop beating me. It's a deep thing. It's funny too, but you know, you got to have a mind to grasp. And so a Hebrew in today times, they still have their Islamic ways, meaning the Hebrew Israelites, they dress like Islamic people for the most part a lot. They still say read, like how the angel Jibril did to Muhammad. He told Muhammad, read. And Muhammad, you know, he couldn't read. So Jibril squeezed Muhammad, almost killed him. Then he let him go. He said, read. And like I said, the Prophet Muhammad couldn't read, so he squeezed him again and almost killed him. And let him go and told him one last time, read. Prophet Muhammad couldn't, so he squeezed him one last time. And I guess that's when the Prophet Muhammad gave in. That's when the angel Jibril said, you know, what is it called? The Alalat. Damn, it slipped my mind. Something the Alalat. And this is for Allah, you know, the ancient Mesopotamian god. If any of you guys know that hadith where the angel Jibril squeezed Muhammad, I put it up on my channel once, but I forget the name. You know, I'm dealing with a lot of scholarship in this head. But it's something Alalat. Well, in any event, that's the hadith of Jibril getting beat up by the angel Jibril. I mean, that's the hadith of Prophet Muhammad getting beat up by the angel Jibril. Now, of course, Jibril was illiterate, meaning he couldn't write or read. So the angel Jibril telling him to read is completely stupid, if you consider that. I'll say again, if you're a Islamic person The Prophet Muhammad could not read. He was illiterate. So why would somebody tell him to read? Blood, he can't. To beat him up because he can't read don't make no sense. And it didn't have nothing to do with that. What that text was saying is that Jibril was telling the Prophet Muhammad to speak. This is in the times where you have indigenous people running the land and then you have colonizers coming to the land. The indigenous people are not civilized. They still running around on all fours, you know, squatting like indigenous people squat, you know, kind of standing on all fours. And they're not completely erect. They not speaking word. They speaking like whatever syllables they do. You know how indigenous people do. Hoo, 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 hee, hee. They speak like the animals a little bit. And so you get it? The text is basically explaining that. The Prophet Muhammad was like an indigenous person still. They wasn't fully civilized yet. And that messenger Jibril basically grabbed him up and told him to speak. Meaning stop talking like you fucking stupid. You a man. Talk. And you get it? Prophet Muhammad can't talk. So we squeezed him. Like, you get it? Speak or I'ma kill you. And that's when Jibril recited the Quran to him. Basically like, repeat what I say. You gonna learn how to talk today or I'ma kill your ass. It had nothing to do with reading the Quran or... You get it? It had to do with the angel Jibril teaching this indigenous person how to speak words like a man and stand up erect. That's why he squeezed him. Stand your ass up. You sitting in this cave on all fours like an indigenous person. Get your ass up and talk. Of course, he don't know how to talk, so he's about to teach him. But you get it? I guess he's putting the fear of God in him. Like how y'all do y'all kids when y'all helping them with y'all homework and y'all like, if you get the answer wrong, I'm gonna beat your ass. Stop playing so much. Because you done told them the same thing 50 times and they giggling and goofy. So you like, alright. You yoked him up by the... Yoked the Prophet Muhammad up by the collar, told Blood, you better stop playing and talk, man. How am I gonna boss you around and you don't understand? How am I just gonna bully you and you don't understand nothing I'm saying? So he beat him up. Blood, learn my language. So he taught Prophet Muhammad whatever he... You get it? This is just the beginnings of Christianity being brought to the Arabic people. Like I said, Islam and Christianity, the same religion, they have the same characters. And so it all has to do with Musa. Now, Musa is Moses in the Arabic tongue. And this is where you get a Musalim from. This is a follower of Musa. This is what Muhammad would have been. And so like I said, you had the Hebrew Israelites. They was living in Egypt doing their pre-Islam thing. You know, calf worship, bullhorn worship. In the daytimes, y'all think that's a crescent moon, but it's bullhorns. So the Hebrew Israelites is in Egypt doing their Islamic thing. Then here come Moses. He kidnapped them. Blood stole them from the Pharaoh. He said, those my slaves, give me my slaves. I'm saying slaves because when Moses freed these Hebrew Israelites from Egypt, he ain't let them go on their own. He told them, niggas, y'all, you get it? Y'all gonna follow me through the wilderness. I don't care if it's hot and we starving and gotta eat manna and all of that. Y'all gonna do what I tell y'all. So I just call it what it is. Meaning I don't water nothing down. I tell you just like how the text said. Seemed to me he kidnapped them from the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh chased him. That's when you know you stealing. When somebody chase you for their stuff. He stole the Hebrews. These is people. Moses, he stole them. Pharaoh started chasing him because he like, blood stole my people. Like, he stole my cattle. These people. And so I'm giving you them references so you could grasp. Moses stole the Hebrew Israelites from Egypt. I don't care if blood said God sent him to take them. They stealing still. This is a matter of stealing. He kidnapped them because he didn't let them go free after he freed them from Egypt. How you free somebody from Egypt, but he didn't take them to the wilderness and said, run, be free, and do what y'all want? He beat them up when they try to do what they want. That was that calf thing. He killed them. If you go back to that text, it say a lot of people get lost in the movie and the throwing of the tablets and killing. I think that was his brother Aaron or something. I forget, but that ain't what the text say. If you ever read the text say Moses came out the mountain and he was tight. And so he rounded up the men of the Levite tribe. Or he said whatever he said, and all the people of the Levites came. But the rest of the Hebrews was blowing Moses off. And he made the Levites slaughter like 4,000 of the Hebrews for that shit. He told them to go into the tent and slaughter every man, woman, child, and whoever. And in the Bible it say, man, when the Levites was done, 3,000 and something Hebrews fell that day. There you go, Big Moses. He knocked down 3,000 of them in a day. When y'all reading that book, well, y'all don't read the book, but if you read that book, ain't no book in life more gangster than the Bible. Niggas in there was cold-blood savages of a whole nother kind. Remember, he takes the Hebrews out of Egypt, bring them to the wilderness. He told them, I'm going to go talk to God right quick. Y'all kick back. Blood took longer than he should, so they thought he was dead. They start worshiping like they did back in Egypt. That Islamic thing. Bull worship. Blood came down and got mad and slaughtered 3,000 of them. Y'all ain't doing that. Who do that? Again, man, the Hebrew Israelites was the most ruthless motherfuckers in the history of mankind. Again, he got mad because they started worshiping the calf and slaughtered 3,000 of them. He killed 3,000 of them because they was worshiping the bull. That's hella stupid when you really think about it. Like you got to be gone in your ego where you like, I'm going to kill them because they worshiping some fake shit that I know can't do nothing for them, but I don't care. They need to worship me only. Like, it's like you get jealous of your kids' imaginary friends, so you just kill a kid, the brothers. Say, nah, they need to worship me. Forget all that fake stuff. And so, like I said, you read that book, you will quickly realize that these Hebrew Israelites, these niggas was the farthest thing from God. Like it say in the book, they was thick-headed. They never listened to God. It wouldn't matter. You get it? You read that book is telling you how the Hebrew Israelites constantly disobey God so much that they always find themselves in bondage of some sort. Because they just can't stop disobeying God. And so when I tell you, man, the Hebrew Israelites was not the people of God. They were not the people of God. They was the people that do exactly what God tells them not to repeatedly. Man, they will slaughter 3,000 of their own in one day. Moses was a Hebrew. Again, he slaughtered 3,000. Well, he made the Levites do it. We ain't talking about men. We talking men, women, and children. Whoever wanted to be an Islam person and worship the bull, slaughter them. And so that's all you read in the Bible is Christian and Muslim wars. The Palestinians, the Philistines versus the Hebrews is the Palestinians versus the Israelites now. Like, in the book, you got the Philistines. This is where, the giant Goliath is from. He from the Philistines. We call that Palestine in the daytime. And then you got the children of Israel, and they had beef with these Philistine dudes. David killed the big giant on the Philistine side. This is Palestine, like I said. And so these niggas been beefing since then. Like, Palestine and Israel been beefing since before this little war they got now. This little war they got now is one of 7,500. You can look it up yourself. How many wars did Palestine and Israel have thus far? I mean, they never stop fighting. This is not the beginning of a new war between them. They never stop fighting since the last war. They never stop. And so if you young in the daytimes and you like, oh, this is crazy. No, this is old stuff. This is stuff been being ignored all this time. What you seen with Israel and Palestine now has been being ignored since since they was called the Philistines. It been being ignored since they was written in the Bible. It go deep, man. I'm telling you. Nothing I'm saying is a lie. It's funny, but it's all truth. And so the Philistines and the Israel been fighting for millennia. Of course, you could see like the Philistines, they lost. They've been losing. I say that because you get it. Israel is controlled, and the Palestinians got like a little strip they get to live on. And they bombing that out as we speak. So you get my point? The Philistines ain't never... The Palestinians, the Palestine people, they ain't never get over Goliath getting his ass whooped. You get my point? They took that L of David that day and they ain't never get over that shit. It's been beefing ever since. They've been beefing ever since. Blood, and the Palestinians been losing. This is the Philistines in the past. They've been losing all this time since they lost Goliath, but they don't care. They on that Islam time, and you get it? It's a Christian Islam war. Let's go all the way back to ancient Egypt when Moses stole the Islamic people out of Egypt. I'm going to say it again. Some of y'all don't know how cold blood my scholarship is. I read everything 15 times. I read the Emerald Tablet of Thought 100 times because it say you have to read it 100 times before you can grasp it. So I did that. It was right. You ain't had to read it 100 times though, but it was right. A lot of times you got to read it. Yes, that's what 100 meant in the past. A lot of times, but it was right. You got to read it more than 25 times, I suppose. And so grasp. This Islamic and Christian war go all the way back to ancient Egypt and Moses. Moses is the precursor to Christianity, and like I said, the Hebrews was in Egypt worshipping whatever the Egyptians did. The Egyptians worshipped this bull on a box. The Apis bull. A-P-I-S. Apis bull. You can look that up. Ancient Egyptian. That's their religion. So like I said, this is the precursor to Islam. Islam just removed the calf, because I guess in the daytime, y'all ain't going to worship no bulls. So they just kept the horns. And that y'all say it's a crescent moon. They wouldn't care what y'all call it. It got to do with bull horns, big baby, and fertility. And so it do got to do with the moon. You get my point? If you understand all the way. But it started off as a bull. Of course, y'all know bulls was the sign of fertility in the past. And so it shouldn't be so hard for you to grasp. They just kept the bull horns and just threw the whole bull away, cause you get my point? You see what Moses did. If you see 3,000 Hebrews get cut down because they worshiping the calf, I suppose you say, let's just keep the horns, cause blood is cold. These Israelites sure is tripping, man. You feel me? Remember, Christians is the ones that came to America and they was cutting niggas' dicks off if you was black and wasn't converting to Christianity, you was getting your dick cut off. Of course, when they came to America, it was Judaism then. It hadn't evolved into Christianity yet. So the Jews was coming here. And you feel me? They was fucking them some black people up until they converted them into the Bible. So it's like I said. Now when you're dealing with black people coming out of nature, so Indigenous people just worship nature. You put a seed in the ground, that shit give you back food. You say, oh shit, there's invisible people out here. You get it? You say, damn, it must be invisible people out here in nature because the tide came in, it went back out. I don't know who is controlling this shit. So you say, oh, that's God. He invisible. Dude control everything here. He's a great mathematician. Blood merged hydrogen and oxygen airs together and made water right before our eyes. This is where chemistry and science come from, observing, the hidden creator at work. And you observe all the happenings, all the comings and goings of life, the opposites. Then you grasp, oh, life is chemistry. God is the greatest chemist ever. He created chemistry, math, all of these things. But he don't speak. You just gotta watch and mimic. You get it? You mix the white, yolky liquid. This is cum. Semen. Nut. You take that white liquid and you mix it with that menses blood. That red stuff. And you can make a whole monster. I mean a baby. Talks and all that. This shit's weird, but like that, you learn. You say, oh, life is chemistry, God is a chemist. Blood know all about the substances, like how to make all the substances right out of thin air, abracadabra thing. That Abraham thing. Abraham's the master of this. That's why he say learn from God. Like I'm not lying, it's just funny like that. Y'all don't understand. Like that's why I say he who hath an ear, because everybody don't. Everybody ain't got understanding. So yeah, this is too deep. If any of you guys want to give back, I don't mind if y'all like the video, say some nice words. I don't mind. If any of you guys want to go to my Cash App, PayPal, we give back. We working hard. We working hard at washing minds off, because they trying to influence y'all to go to jail and all of these things. They working against me. It's a lot, They're dumbing y'all out. It's a lot. They paying a lot for the dumbing out. So you get it? If you don't mind giving back, I'd appreciate it. Because like I said, they paying a lot to dumb people out. And that's working against, when you trying to undumb people out. That's what I do. I do the undumbing down. But shit get weird. Thing, white people pop. Everywhere I go, like, white people popping up on me, blood everywhere I go. I can't escape these white people. Not white people per se, I'm talking about specific ones. I think they think if they wear like joggers clothes, I'm not gonna know they like, peace and wisdom. I'm clear all this time, right? Meaning sound wise, dag, I need more liquid. Ran out of my juice. Not even halfway done yet. We still got some more scholarship to get through. If you a Christian, a Hebrew Israelite, a Muslim, and you black, you got to get at some point you got to evolve beyond those chains. Get my point? Those things come with the city. Those that came and developed these cities, you get it? They forced these things upon us. A lot of y'all picked up Islam in jail, you get my point? Y'all pick up the religions at y'all lows, meaning it's a deep thing, but you have to evolve and kind of grasp that. Whatever the mind kind of, evolves to that place where you can, but religion ain't a good thing. You don't want to get caught up into that. You get my point? You don't want to sin against yourself. Like I always tell y'all, man, God is within. And you just got to water that. You got to water this God within and let it kind of blossom out. And you get my point? Be God physically. God is an ideal, some idea y'all have, but y'all have to be that ideal. Just like the devil lie is an ideal, but you have people that are it. You get my point? They the most dishonorable thing you could think of. They are that ideal manifested. And so we have to evolve into, that other thing. Like I said, good, our God is in everybody, but it's just a matter of what's being watered, what's being rewarded. And so make sure y'all always take a little time to let y'all good project out. I'm talking about the fake good where you're going to feed the homeless in the hood and all that strange shit where you're embarrassing people. But I'm talking about, just the humble moments. You got to be a thing to blend with the thing. So always look at it like that. You got to be God to blend with God. How's you gonna be the opposite? And that, you get my point? You don't want to sell yourself out too thin. They paying people a lot, to promote prison and all kind of dumb shit. The dumbings down. And that, you don't want to sell yourself too thin, too short. Past, when you're dealing with black people, it wasn't about what you had or how much you had. It was about how much honor and respect you had. And your respect was, depending on your honor and your morals. When you're dealing with black people and you go back maybe 40, 50 years, there was a lot of family values. Meaning black people had family values and all these families had the same values. So it didn't matter if you go to your friend's house, you knew you had to take your goddamn hat off when you walk in that house, and your manners better be up to par. Otherwise, his mama gonna curse your ass out, and ain't no excuse for you, because all the black households got the same goddamn family values. You goofy ass niggas better stick together and don't let nobody make y'all separate. And you better always say please and thank you. And y'all know exactly what I'm talking about if you my age or older. You heard all of this. You probably tearing right now because your grandma done died and you like, damn, man, she did. She sure did tell me that shit. And so you get my point? Yeah, you go. Take your shoes off. All that. And so we had a lot of family values and we had like tribal values. It was a time where all black people say, I got Indian in my family. And you wasn't getting that out their head. You get it? You see how now some of y'all African, some of y'all say y'all native, basically to say you Indian. Some of y'all everything. You get my point? But there was a time where everybody viewed themselves as, the descendants of the people that was here when the colonizers came. Whatever they called, Indians, Native Americans, whatever. All black people would tell you I had Indian in my family. That's to say that. Then that slowly started changing, and this is all, the propaganda. They're dumbing y'all out. Getting us off accord with one another, where we all kind of got the same values and morals and move on the same accord. That's all scrambled up. Y'all move on whatever accord y'all move on. And that, you get it? You don't want to sell yourself out too thin. That's why I always tell y'all it's not about how much you make, but it's about what you do. When you get rich sucking dicks, I don't know what we talking about. You follow? If you look at black people in the daytime, y'all damn near there. But y'all think like it don't matter how I get rich as long as I do. Nah, if you sucking dick and all that, you get my point? Money ain't worth more than you. I think a lot of y'all need to instill that into yourselves, because this generation, they view the money as more than them. And then when they get the money, they somebody. They don't understand like you supposed to be somebody before that come. When I was growing up, whoever was a somebody was a somebody before they even got famous. They was a somebody in the neighborhood. They talent was always what it was. In that, you get my point? It ain't about them thinking like the money make them. They make the money. That's how we used to say in the past, making that money. Y'all kind of view it like the money make y'all, and that the more y'all get, the more y'all something. And you get my point? Y'all dumbing yourselves out in that way. The money ain't worth more than you. The money could water you down, meaning start selling yourself thin, watering your talents down, and you get my point? And so hopefully some of y'all grasping. There you go, Swix. It's flipped around. He said rich bums. Yeah, you got a lot of that in the daytime. But it's the bum etiquette they want y'all to adopt. And so they make a bum rich. They know just because they make the bum rich, he ain't going to lose his mannerisms and his etiquette that fast. And y'all going to pick up on the bum mannerisms and etiquette. It's going to set y'all back, you know. So when you dealing with black stars, they going to always pick drunks, mental cases. They going to always pick from the bottom of the barrel when you dealing with blacks. And then they rich and glitter that up. So you just think of all the stars y'all have now. Most of these people y'all will probably say, man, before they was on, they was a bum. Half fucking retarded. Like that. They gonna pick from the bottom of the barrel, glitter it up, because they know just because we make them rich don't mean they gonna shake they bum. And that y'all be picking up on the bum because y'all idolize whoever a star. It don't matter how sloppy or whatever the case may be. Y'all idolize stars. They make y'all feel like shit. If they could be it, I could definitely be it. Like that. And y'all pick up the bummy mannerisms and etiquette. And in that, y'all can't get along in y'all real lives. Because in real life, you can't have bummy etiquette and mannerisms and think you're going to get anywhere. And so this is how we become stuck in society, chasing to be the new bummy ghetto star. A lot of y'all bum yourselves out. If you go look at Rick Ross' baby mother, Tia, the one that's all sloppy online, go look at her back when she was having sex with 50 Cent and all of that and doing all them shenanigans. Listen to how she speak back then. That part. You're going to see like, damn, she was well-spoken back then. She didn't even have that ghetto down south accent. And that you could see she just putting that on. Because that's what y'all buying into. But she's a well-spoken woman. That part. You don't want to sell yourself so thin because you get my point. That shit carry over a lot. And so like I said, when I watch the black stars, I see like they either picking from the bottom of the barrel or they making y'all transcend into it. Meaning some of y'all got good etiquette, good manners, and it reflect all in your childhood in your early 20s. But right now you like, fuck that, I'm going ghetto. Because that's what they seem like they picking. And so it's all designed, you know. They gonna make the bottom of the barrel or the little kid in the black race rich, because you get my point. It's all about influencing and dumbing down. So we got to get out of idolizing. That's the first thing. And then selling itself short and all of that. But the main thing is understanding, you know, prison is a business. And they're going to be promoting this thing as long as prison is a business. And this ain't a business you can take an ad out in the paper or, buy some commercial time. You can't put an ad in the paper, please come to jail and do crime. It's the only way you're going to end up in jail is if you do crime. And they can't promote crime. So they do it through the music. Like I said, the CIAs and all these government agencies, they own the music business. The music business is owned by the movie business. And the movie business is owned by, the government. Like I said, Warner Brothers, that's a movie company, movie studios. Yeah, they have a record company too, but you get my point? So Warner Brothers Studios, they make movies. Same with Sony. Sony make movies. Yeah, they got a Sony music department, but you get my point? And this is when they started bringing the imagery to rap. Before rappers didn't have music videos. You just heard them on the radio. Then we start to see them. This is when they start to put all of them diamonds and all that razzle dazzle to make it, to draw us in more. And then you get my point? Meaning they basically made rap a movie. And y'all watch this movie and listen to it, and it become the soundtrack of y'all lives. The soundtrack of the music got to do with you going to prison, because prison is big business. And so they promote prison through the music. You listen to a drill record, it's basically telling you how to go to jail. Like that. It's promoting prison. You listen to the music, you more than likely gonna get hyped up and do a crime. Then you're gonna end up in jail. And that, you get it? The music is promoting the prison, or how you end up there. Again, you can't put an ad in the paper, go rob a bank, go do this or that. But you could say it in the music. In that, y'all listen to the music, y'all be on gangster time, y'all end up in jail. And you get it? The deed is done. The music that you rap and the money you make off your rap, this is promotion. They paying you for promoting to get people in jail, for the most part. However much money the dopest drill rapper of today's name is, all the money that he make is just money that they're paying him to promote prison. They just left that part out. Like, so they're gonna encourage the rapper in the daytime to rap about like negative shit. For that reason. Because the same people that own the music business, they own the prisons too. So you get it? We can recruit people into the music business, use them to promote crime to the masses, and then we can lock up the masses, and you get it? We make money off both ends, but there's really no money off music. If you ever wonder, like, damn, how do they get money off the views? Like, who's buying these numbers? Nobody. Promotion is being paid for. Again, nobody's buying views. You get a certain amount of views, you get a check. Cool. But who's buying the views, though? And that you got a brain to say, okay, I get it. Nobody's actually buying views. Something else must be going on. Yeah. Promotion. All you see is ads popping up online, so you know right there, this is a promotion thing. And the views got to do with promotion. You follow? You got companies, and they're selling their product. They need popular people to promote this product. And that's all online got to do with, and that's who's buying these views. They're not buying the views, though. They're buying your promoting it to however many people you got viewing you. It's not the views that's getting bought, but it's the ear. Meaning all them numbers represent the ear. In that, they say you tell them this, you tell them that, you tell them to go buy this. Just think when you on TikTok and you get it. Go buy this, go buy that, try this new product, try that new product. It's all about promotion. Nobody pays for fucking numbers on the screen. That's dumb. How can your 1,000,000 views add up to $10,000? How? Who's paying for these views? Now, how does digital numbers on the screen transfer over into paper money? It don't. Someone's paying for the promotion. Meaning, if I got a product, I'm a major company, I got a product, I might sign this podcaster to a deal because he got a lot of subscribers. And then I tell him, you make sure you promote my product every time you make your videos. And don't say this or that because it's going to interfere with my product. Next thing you know, they start controlling more. Say this, say that. You get it? They're paying for the promotion of their goods. But they're paying the person according to their views. It's better than saying, in the past they say, I give you a $70,000 deal to promote this phone, this shoe. But you might not do a $70,000 worth. In that, now they say, we just pay you according to what you reach. Instead of giving you a whole bag and you don't even do a good job, now whatever you reach, we'll just pay you according to that. So it ain't about numbers and clicks per minute. It's all about promotion, meaning you got rich companies, and for the most part, they kind of own online. They pay for the space. You get it? You got a platform online like that. They will pay you for your space to promote their goods. Rap is like that. It's a business that was created so that the owners of the prison business, can you get it? Promote their prison. Not their prison in the sense of like, this is my prison, but promote crime. If y'all are breaking the law, y'all are coming to jail. Prison is a business. And that, if they say, listen, man, I need you to make the music a little more rough and ghetto and tough, then the artists do it. They just leave out the part we telling you to do that because we know these kids going to get influenced and then they're going to go to jail. And this is where we get our bread. And so behind those numbers that you see online is bodies in prison. I'm going to say it again for some of y'all that's slow. You won't hear you grinding to get your numbers up. Behind them numbers is niggas in jail. Because they promoting prison. You got a podcast, they only want you to talk about jail stuff or something negative that's going to have to do with the kids going to jail. Once they hear it, they going to get influenced. They paying for that. They paying for bodies in jail. This is why all the rappers in the daytime and your online figures that's minorities end up in prison. That part. Some of y'all slow, you still don't get it. Online is a trick for them to get you in jail. And in the process, you can help them bring as many people to jail as you can reach. And like I said, prison is the most lucrative business in today's times, all the way back to when it started, when they was putting up wanted signs trying to influence y'all to rob banks. Because y'all figure whoever was on the wanted poster, they must have got away with it, so I could too. All you got is prison promotion over the generations, just different ways they do it for each generation. You follow? In my generation, it was the movies, Menace to Society, Dead Presidents, they robbing the bank, Set It Off, they robbing the bank, Menace to Society, they robbing each other. Kane robbed Bluff for his hubcap, so on and so forth. You go to Juice, they was robbing the grocery store. They're trying to influence my generation to rob. That part. In all these movies, they were selling rock. Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, Set It Off. All these movies, there was some drug dealing going on. And as kids, we watching this, meaning my generation. These are movies from when we was teens. And if you pay attention to it, you realize, like, oh yeah, they promoting prison. Now with y'all generation, y'all don't watch movies and stuff like that because y'all ain't got an attention span beyond 15 minutes. And that, you get it? They promoting Prison of Y'all through the drill music. And it's bad because you got a lot of different nationalities listening to drill music. I seen like a Pakistani dude riding down the street pumping some drill music that I ain't never even. It was too gangster for even me. I said, damn, I thought he was black. He wasn't though. No, Tori and Howard, hip hop just was like something that people did in the parks. We used to have block parties and things. It was a positive thing, you know. Kind of like a native indigenous thing. They all come around the campfire, start dancing and partying and doing their thing. So we just used to do that in the neighborhoods. Everybody come together, plug into the light pole, and let the party begin, my boy. You get it? And everybody get the party all night, and there wasn't no violence or nothing. It was good. They captured that and said, man, we could get paid off this right here. They just changed the direction. So you go to the block parties, the raps is positive, you know, more shout out based. The rapper giving a shout out to this person in the crowd, that person in the crowd, how dope they are. You know, more positive, you know, more cool. Then you get my point? The battle rap stuff come into play. This is putting y'all against each other. Competition. Like I always say, fake fights or competition become real fights. So they just put all the psychology on y'all. Meaning they just let y'all fall into everything they know already. Kind of like we kids as a race and they adults. So you tell the kids, man, y'all stop play fighting because it's going to real fight. They just do the opposite to us as a race. They just say, tell them niggas to play fight. You get it? So, and if you a person that's online or something, you get it? Controversy. If you black, you say, I got to get into some controversy. That's what sells. You know, fake fights, fake arguments, fake controversy. But it become real. And so, again, they just use the regular psychology that y'all already use on y'all children, just in reverse. You tell your kids, man, stop play fighting because them play fights gonna end up the real fights. Y'all stop snapping on each other because then y'all gonna get serious. They just tell a black race the exact reverse. And snap on that nigga, find some controversy, make a fake beef, whatever you gotta do. Do you get it now? Because they know, well, according to the real shit, fake fights become real fights, and don't argue or you gonna really be fighting. And so they just tell y'all like that. Just do that then. Just look for beef, look for fake fights, but they not telling Taylor Swift this shit. They ain't telling Taylor Swift, you need to go find somebody to have beef with. Like that. Controversy don't get attention. That's just what they got y'all brainwashed under. Otherwise, why they ain't telling Taylor Swift and Justin Bieber that? Explain that to me. That part. Other races could bring forth our beefs, but they don't never bring forth their own, goddamn. You get my point? Adam 22 could bring forth all the black beefs in life, but he ain't bringing forth his beefs. That part. Fake fights become real, and do you get it? They got us on dumb retard time chasing shit we already know better. That's why I tell y'all, stop reaching for fake arguments to get attention. You know, it's all a part of the science, big baby. It's kid science too. Swig said he brought forth his woman though. I'm not sure who you talking about. Said Rakim lived through 40 plus generations, never once promoted black on black genocide. He a legend. Like I said, the times was different. I wasn't allowed. The main point is we got to own our music. That way can't nobody pay us to dumb ourselves down. More than that, we got to stop idolizing. These is things that was taught to y'all. Why? Because you got day and night. It's going to start with idolizing. It's going to end at hate. And so as we get idolized, then we get killed off and hated. It's a balance. Just look at Puffy as an example. Idolized first. So this is the beheading. Once you go into one extremes, then it's going to balance itself back out. This is why you want to stay away from extremes. Because on the opposite ends of the extremes, it's the same thing. And idolizing the person, you love them beyond what's real. It's the same as hate. Meaning that's what that's going to transcend into. High noon and midnight is the same. Just the extreme opposites. Meaning high noon is the pinnacles of day and midnight is the pinnacles of night. The highest point, so to say. But, do you get my point? For the most part, they both the same. Same result. And so, yeah, everything boils down to balance. They know once we get into idolizing, we gonna get into hating. When you're dealing with the tribes, you know, indigenous people and tribes, you don't have no kings or no idols above the rest. Everybody one. The tribe is one and they got their elders and their orders. Just like your family. Ain't no king over your family. You just got the elders in it and you get it. You got big brothers, you got aunties, uncles, like that. Like an eldership, so to say. And it's not even a spoken thing. It's just a common sense thing that we know. Teach y'all how to idolize and how to have like statuses and kings, and you get it? And this is an extreme. And so there's the opposite of the extreme, which is, you get it? Idolizing is like false love, so then y'all get the false hate. Y'all don't really hate Puffy, but you get my point. Y'all ain't really loved him either. When y'all idolizing him, y'all ain't really loved him either. So you get my point? You get the extreme fake love, you get the extreme fake hate. And everything balance out how it do in the end. And so black people gotta become unified again. But first it starts with black people realizing that whatever y'all talking about they trying to do, they already did. Like, black people be like, they trying to break us up. Blood, they been broke you niggas up. You smoking, man. Whatever y'all saying they trying to do, they already did a couple centuries ago. And it's becoming aware of those kind of things is where all this started. Cause y'all be sitting around trying to spread information about what they trying to do, and it's already done. You get it? Y'all be like trying to put niggas up on game of things that's done already. You live in it. Those are some big ass flies or whatever those are. There's a million of them out here too. Thank you, Torian Howard. I appreciate that. Like he said, if everyone could hit the like button, it'd be kindly appreciated, as well as give back. Don't leave that part out either. You know, I gotta make a living too. Don't leave that part out. They don't pay for this kind of shit. You get my point? It's the shit you get blackballed for. So, let's be clear on that. And so if you don't mind, give a little support. Like I said, they paying the people to dumb the people out. You get my point? And that's real talk. That ain't manipulation talk. That's what this video for. They try to pay us to dumb, you know? It's like y'all be telling me like, yo, Solace, what you think about the latest? It's like y'all try to like, y'all want me to dumb y'all down. You'll get more views if you talk about the whatever's the new gossip. I know that, but you get my point? This shit is bigger than somebody making a way selling themselves thin, because the generations coming after, you get my point? Y'all all dead and in jail. I don't think black people my age keeping account of that. Meaning most of the young dudes now, they dead or they even in jail. They don't really know what they up against. You know, things like that. Meaning if you a young black man, everything in society was designed for the woman, because the woman couldn't work in the past. She ain't had no rights. If you a young black man, I hope you listening. And if you get anything out this jewel, make sure you give back. Like I said, one of y'all can put up my links for me if you know. But if you a young black man, this is what you up against in society. So you gotta make sure you know, so you could cover your ass. Now, back in the day, women didn't have equal rights to men, meaning women couldn't go out in the workforce. The man was going to get the job before her, because she ain't have equal rights to a man. Make sure you listening, because this is important. And if I ain't clear in some way, it's too windy, let me know. Now, in the past, women ain't have equal rights to men, so they couldn't work jobs. And that all the government benefits were catered to women. This be your Section 8 and all your housing programs. It ain't that many single men that could say, I got Section 8. You get it? It's something that the women have. The women that have children. And then I guess after that, the single women. And then you a single man, you last. It don't matter if you have kids or not. But if you a single man that don't have the kids in your custody, none of the housing programs and all the things they got set up for the women, you ain't gonna get none of that. Now, most grown-ups got that, meaning whatever city a person live in, most people got some form of low income or some housing thing going on. You get it? When you're dealing with the women. Like I said, all the government programs, it was designed to go to them because they couldn't get into the workforce. At some point, laws changed, women begin to work. Now, once women are working in the workforce, most people gonna hire the women before the men, because women are better to look at. You gotta remember, men are hiring. Women just been allowed to work. So they don't own businesses during this time when they first being allowed to work. And so all the hiring, for the most part, is being done by men. So they gonna hire the women. And so you see in the daytimes, women and men is equal in the work field. You got some women doing construction right now, driving trucks. But they didn't change the laws in terms of all the government assistances. All the government assistances, they were given to the women because the women couldn't work. Then they start to let the women work, but they forgot to change that. Now you live in a time where a man, you get it? A woman, she get the government assistances, she gonna get the job, and the man gonna be on child support. But that nigga can't get the job because he competing with other women. And he can't get no government assistances because they never updated that. And so if you a black man, single, this your reality. You gotta be rich or you gonna be starving. Again, the woman gonna get the housing programs. And they gonna get the jobs. And they gonna put you on child support. Do you get it? And that ain't even enough. Meaning most chicks, they fucking that up. They ain't even looked at all of that and said, oh yeah, that's a lot. That nigga only got one shot. Like, he only got one shot to make it. I got all this extra shit to help me along my way. Your baby mama don't look at it like that for you. She say, fuck that nigga, take that nigga to child support too. I want the job check, the housing assistances, everything, and you get it. And so if you a young man, it's your reality. Unless y'all do something about it. Meaning y'all gotta get a petition going where y'all say like, no. Single men gotta have Section 8. Everybody my age already do whatever they got to do. We already made our adjustments and you get it? We figured things out, but for y'all, you get it? It's worse and worse. When I was growing up, I was gonna get the job before the chick. But we ain't like that no more. They gonna get it before y'all. Meaning it's the truth. They gonna get the job before y'all, and you know they gonna get the Section 8 and all that before y'all. And that is gonna leave the men. This is why men in jail. Are they either trying to shack up with some chick they don't even like? So you got a lot of fake love going around because niggas is shacking up with chicks because they ain't got no shot. And so do you get my point? 20 years from now, black man gonna be in jail. It's the only place he gonna be able to get accepted. It's the only place gonna approve of him. Like, you could be here. And so y'all gotta do something like get a petition going or something. I'm not sure how it works, but the young black men in today times got it pretty bad. Meaning a small few of y'all that might could get lit and make something happen for yourself. So, you know, that's that thing. But for the rest of y'all that's gonna have to be in society and, you know, work and make your way that way, ain't that much for y'all. You're not just competing with men for jobs, you're competing with women. And that's your only shot, is a job. You could break the law and all those other things, but you get my point? In reality, your only shot is that. You gotta get a great paying job because you're not gonna be getting all these assistances unless you go to jail, maybe. I think jail dudes be getting a little assistances, but you get it? If you a black man and you ain't fucked up, so the goal is to get you fucked up. So they gonna help the dude getting out of jail and give him assistances. But let's say you never been to jail, you got out of college, you a good kid. Ain't nothing for you. You say, what's the program to help me get back on my feet? Nigga, you ain't off your feet according to them. You need to get there. And so this is how the system is designed. If you black, I'm hoping, hopefully y'all grasping these jewels and appreciating the deepness in it. You live in a society where they already got their tricks. Y'all falling into it. You're not aware of it. And so if you a young black man in the daytime, you get my point. The society is designed for you to end up in jail. Why? Because you have to get a great paying job or you gonna be fucked up. Ain't no housing assistances for you or none of that extra shit unless you go to jail or something or you become a drug addict. They'll help you if you go to your lows. You follow? This is how the system is designed if you black. If you become a drug addict or you go to prison, they'll help you get on your feet. But once you on your feet, then they're going to rob you of all your assistances and help you to go back down. If you just graduated out of college, so you like, I got all this student loan debt, I can't get a great job, and you get it, it's grooming you. You say, I'm in college my last semester, I'm going to just do this little weed thing. It's designed for you to fuck yourself. And how they do it is by not giving you no assistances. You don't got no assistances, you get my point? And you're gonna fall short. That part. Now if you a black man, you probably living that right now. A young black man, 25 under. That's probably your reality right now. Unless you about to tell me you making whatever's good income in your state. I know in New York you got to be making 250,000 a year for you to not be in a poverty. If you make 100,000 in New York, you're still in the poverty. If you're confused and you live in another state, they have low-income apartments for people that make 150,000 to 200,000. They have low-income apartments for people that make between 75,000 and 110,000. They have low incomes for people that make 23,000 a year. And that's because everybody that make under 200,000 is still poor in New York, and you wouldn't make it without no assistance. You follow? Like that. And it's like that in every city. And so this go deep. If you look at the prices y'all faced with now, it's going to affect black males the most. It ain't like black people like to huddle together like Mexicans and make their load a little lighter. So you get my point? If you a black man, it's going to affect you more. It's going to put you down more because now you're going to be under some woman. Meaning most black men in the daytimes, their problem is they woman. They live with their woman and she carry most of the weight. And she bully him around ever so often. And he won out, but you get it? He comfortable. He familiar with her now. But it's not a real love. It's a dependency thing. And so do you get my point? All of this is going into the black love. Like we ain't even got no love for each other no more because everybody live in survival. The black woman, she want a man that could take care of her. The black man want a black woman that could take care of him. And now we ain't even got no more real love in the black community because everybody just using everybody for survival purposes. Better grasp what I'm saying. Griff Maddox said he just dropped bombs. Y'all don't think they too far gone. They can't grasp how powerful this is. Like, but this is all what they got set up for y'all. I guess y'all might have to become channel members to play this video back. It's looking like it's going to be a channel member video. I'll leave them up public if people give back. If not, then I just put it straight to channel membership. So you can become a channel member. But hopefully y'all grasp if you young. Like I said, y'all gonna have to play this part back a few times to really get it. But everything is being designed for how they want it to be. And this go all the way back to Civil War times. This is when they was making slavery illegal. And so all the South, meaning all the plantation masters in the South, had to free their slaves. This is when you had a whole bunch of slaves migrating from the South to the North. Kind of like you see the migrants now migrating from wherever they at to New York. And that happened with black people back in the Civil War times. Like I said, the Civil War got to do with how we live now versus plantation times. The rulers in the North, they had the cities already set up. And you get it, the citizens, they have their social security card. They still slaves, but they feel free. They got their social security card. They go get any job they want. And we give them this monopoly money. And then they buy back the resources that we make for them. So they still ain't got no access to the resources. But you get it, we got them on this little game. They feel free. It works. We tax the hell out of them. They truly get nothing but just work. Whatever they buy is just resources we sell back to them. And this is the system they had going in the North. Meaning in your northern states, New York, Connecticut. It was like how we live now. Y'all got birth certificates, socials, y'all pick whatever job y'all want. And y'all work for the city, and then y'all give all y'all money back to the city, paying y'all light bill, gas bill, rent, so on and so forth. And that is like free work, really, because all these things are supposed to be free. Meaning you're supposed to be able to chop down a tree and build up Build up your own house wherever there's space for you. How man own the ground? Who told him that? Who told man he could wake up one day and be like, all this space right here is mine, and if you want to live it, if you want to live in this space, you gotta pay me. That shit go back to ancient Sumerian times. Shit go back to Nimrod when he said that. Let's build us a city, but it's gonna be mine. But y'all could just build. You feel me? Nimrod was the king. He said, let us build us a city. You think us ruled that shit with him? No. Blood was bullied. He said, you know, that Depot shit. It's like both our bike, but it's gonna be at my house though. It's like both of our bikes, but we just gonna keep it at my house, and you ain't never gonna get to ride it, and that's that. Like that. Let us build us a city, but I'm gonna be the ruler of it, and you niggas is gonna be my citizens, and I'm gonna tax y'all. The end. So that's the science, you feel me? Now, when you're dealing with the Civil War, like I said, it was about the North trying to force the slave masters in the South to convert to the new way, which is to have a city built and just let the people think that they're free citizens, and, you know, that whole thing we live now. The plantation masters in the South, they say, nah, we good how we got it now. We got a bunch of slaves, we don't give them shit, and they just do whatever we tell them, and we send all our crops or whatever they doing for us back to England, and we make our money, and we don't need nothing to do with your new system. And so that's what the Civil War was about. Forcing the plantation masters to convert to how you see things now. Meaning if you go down South Georgia, North Carolina, they got malls and they got apartments built up in jobs, and you get it? It's just like in the North. But let's say you go back to 1901. You go down to Georgia, still got plantations out there, blood. You get it? You know, the 1850, you go to a Georgia in 1850, ain't a structure up, just plantations everywhere. But in 1850, you come to New York, it's just like how you see now. Frank Lucas got the KKK burning down his house in North Carolina in the early 1900s. He come to New York, and you get it? That is not happening there, big baby. They got a whole different system of living. Like that. The Civil War got to do with making the South like the North in a time when it wasn't. And so when slavery was made, when they made slavery illegal, they just made it illegal to force the plantation masters to have to let their slaves go. And that those slaves will wander into the cities, where they will be given a birth certificate, a social security number, and then they will become a slave of that city, and they will never be able to escape it. And if you ask anybody that live in the city, how do I give up my city rights and become a normal person? They don't know how to tell you how to do that. Because in the past, once you go into Babylon, you stuck in there. They was building these cities, you still had the bare naked forests around, and you had indigenous men watching. They say once you go in there, you ain't never coming out. You either gonna end up in one of their prisons, or you just never gonna come out. You ain't never gonna be seen again the way they got it designed. You're gonna be lost in there. If I tell y'all where's Freedom Town, meaning if I ask any of y'all from the city right now, where's outside of the cities, period? Y'all have no clue. Y'all know how to get out y'all city into another one. Y'all know all the road maps, but what do y'all know what ain't on map? Meaning the only thing on maps is what's developed and has road and street sign. But there's still a bunch of places that don't. Do y'all know where these places are? That part, hell no. And once you come into the Babylon, you be lost in it. Once you born in it, you like an animal born in the zoo. You don't even know nothing about nothing else. And so you get it in the past when all these countries and states was being developed. People tell you, man, you go into one of them Babylons, that means city. You go into one of them cities, you ain't never coming out. You go back in biblical times, they used to build gates around the city. The city was your first prison. Prison in the city, but before you even get to that, a city itself in the past was prison. They used to build a wall around the city, like how the projects is, so you can't get out that much. You feel me? And once you come into the city, you can't get out. And once you out, you can't get in. And inside that city, so you know they ain't got no forest. They shut theyself out from the forest. So they got fake food, fake animals, all kind of shit. You know, pets that they make and kill and eat. They get strange in the Babylon. They worship food. They worship food, death, and eating. And they don't know what they do though. And so this go deep. And this is why you have teachings in the past, so like biblical stuff where they're speaking about Babylon, and they say you shouldn't, trying to keep y'all out of it. No, you good.
Thank you.
You gonna give me a fish if you catch one?
Yeah. Sure.
I sure tell y'all I eat good, man. Never ending fish. I ain't even got to catch it. I just got good manners. I smile, I'm kind. I say, hey, you gonna give me fish? Yep. Just like that. See, kindness is everything. All you have to do is be nice, greet people, and you get it. They'll share with you. It's that simple. I kick back out here, I give y'all deep wisdom. The land makes sure I'm getting me a big fish today. Might even get him to scale it for me, because I don't know how to do that. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know how to scale no fish. Last time I tried, that ain't work out too good. I got a little frustrated. I wound up killing the fish. Then I started feeling bad that I killed the fish. Because, when they catch the fish, they keep them alive, If you know anything about alive, the food is its freshest. Once the animal dead, the clock is ticking of that food being old. So you get it? We get our meat from animals. Let's say you kill a buffalo. You want some beef. We don't live in a city. We live out in the wild. Meaning if most of y'all didn't live in the city, you'd realize, oh, there's no stores. I'd have to make everything that I purchase. It's made before going to the store, but you get my point? We robbed of that knowledge because we just go to the store. It's like using a calculator. Once you use the calculator, you be dumb. Once you go to the store and buy meat and everything, you forget these is things that grow out the ground. I'm going to buy some rice. You forget rice is grass. Most of y'all don't even know that. Meaning rice is tall grass, and you go out there, you pull like that. You go pull the grass out, and then, you get it? The little rice pellets is in the grass. You kind of got to separate it. Most people don't even know that. They forgot. They forgot and never knew. The same with meat. Most people in Babylon or city, they forget, like, oh yeah, all that meat in the supermarket is dead animals. Somebody just, killed and cleaned it. And I'm kind of paying for their work, I guess, because the killing the animal don't have no price. You get it? And so we go deep. You kill a buffalo, cut it, clean it. Oh, peace and wisdom, man. You made me lose my train of thought. I gotta stop trying to read y'all comments at the same time. What was I saying about buffaloes? And anyway, when you're dealing with the Civil War and slavery being deemed illegal, it was just done to force the plantation masters to have to give up their slaves. Once the slaves come into the cities, they volunteer to be slaves. So if you look up the 13th Amendment, I think that is, whatever amendment that got to do with slavery being deemed illegal, it say involuntary servitude is illegal, not voluntary. But most people don't know when they born in a city or during those times when the slaves migrated to those cities, they was volunteering to be a servant. Meaning you live in your city, you gotta work, so you could pay your bills. If you don't work, you can't pay your bills, you'll starve and die and won't have no roof over your head. So now you stuck in this slavery trap where you like, damn, if I get sick a little bit, I can't even get sick for 2 months because I won't get paid for 2 months and I'll be fucking homeless and starving. You follow? Life free, but somehow we lost it in this paying for it thing. Food grow out the ground, but we stuck in this thing where we ain't got no access to the free food. We got to buy it. In that, we gotta work, meaning slave. But you came into the city. That shit sound like it needed a tune-up, right? Y'all heard that? Now, whoever on that plane, I hope they ain't putting that joint back out before they give it a tune-up. That shit was whistling the wrong way. They hiring anybody in a day. You can't even trust the plane, blood. That shit will cold blood. That shit need an oil change and fall right out the sky. Shit go deep. Now, where was I at? Stuck in this little slavery game that y'all living in the city. And that's because you're in the city. You're volunteering. Now, most of y'all will say, hold on, I was born here. I ain't volunteering. Nobody asking me shit. Meaning if you work a job right now and you live that little system where you like, shit, I gotta work or I'm gonna be homeless and starving. If I ask you right now, well, where's the free place in Babylon? Because according to the 13th Amendment, slavery is illegal unless a person volunteer. Meaning involuntary servitude is illegal in America. Most of y'all will say, well, I ain't volunteer. Okay, so where's the free place where if you don't volunteer to be a servant in the city, you can live free on the land and do your own thing? Where's that place? Most of y'all say, I don't know. That's my point. The Babylon is forcing y'all to be slaves, but nobody realized that. Meaning all the cities is breaking the 13th Amendment. They're forcing the citizens to do work. But y'all ain't agreed to this. Y'all don't even like it. Like that. But nobody realized the 13th Amendment was just designed to bring the slaves, or to take the slaves from the slave masters and bring them into the cities. It never had nothing to do with the slaves being free. This is why y'all still feel like slaves. You say, man, if I don't work, I'ma die, Solace. Yeah, that's how the slave in the past felt on that plantation. If he didn't work, master would kill him. Y'all feel now, if I don't work, I'ma starve to death and just not have shit until I die. But it's the same thing. Forced labor. Meaning everybody that live in the city, they live under forced labor. Life free. We supposed to be able to come outside, pick apples, pick grass, whatever we need. But they stole all that from us and they say you gotta work and take this monopoly paper we made. And then we'll sell you back some resources. Not a lot. Just enough to get you through a few days so you have to go back to work. In that, they never give y'all enough where y'all don't never have to go back to work no more. Just enough to make it so you have to come back to work. Say, I got just enough, Solace, to pay all my bills, and then I got enough for gas money to get to and from work. I don't have lunch money every day, but that's not the point. I made it to my slavery. So I could get a little more slavery money to make me last 3 days out the next week. I'm just telling y'all how I used to be when I used to work. I used to hate it. If you ever wonder, like, why does Solace hate working so bad? Because of what I just told you, nigga. That's why. After you break your back and sweat and work, you say, I only made enough money for 4 days. What about the other 3? How can I make more? There's no way. You can do overtime, but that ain't going to help you. Like that. We forced into a slavery, but nobody signed up for that. But that all go back to the Civil War. Meaning the Civil War and the 13th Amendment was just a trick against the plantation owners. They know if they make slavery illegal, the plantation masters have to obey the law. And they got to free all their slaves. And they know them slaves ain't got nowhere to live. Where all these free slaves gonna live? They gonna lay on the grass? They already accustomed to being in the home and things. And that they gonna migrate their way up north. They say, man, I heard up in the north, the slaves is free. So all the slaves in the south, when they free from their master, they gonna say, let's go up north. I heard up north, they's free. And so they scurry their ass up north, find theyself in the city. And you get it? That slavery is better than that slavery until you do it for long enough. Then you say, hold on, it's the same fucking slavery. Because if I ain't slaving for this city, then my ass gonna be starving. Y'all stole all the resources. New York is called the Big Apple because soon as you pull up on New York, before they turned it into a city, it wasn't nothing but apple trees everywhere. You still got apple trees everywhere in New York, but it's disguised in there. Meaning a lot of people in my neighborhood got apple trees in their front yard, but you get it? Shit hanging on by a thread because it ain't getting the proper sun. The apple tree hanging on by a thread because it ain't getting the proper sunlight and things like that. All the buildings around it, but you get it? You go upstate New York, apple trees, apple trees, apple trees. The same with Georgia. Georgia's called a peach state because that's all you would have seen when you got there. Peaches everywhere. What is Florida, the orange state? That's all you... This is what they seen when they came to these places. These is the things they removed. They came to New York and they start building up all these... They start laying down all this concrete and building up all these structures. They had to remove the trees and vegetation. All they removing is apple trees, apple trees, apple trees. Like that. They say, damn, this is like the apple... It's like Apple City. They go to Georgia, they gotta build up structures there. And so they gotta remove the trees and the vegetation. And all they removing is peach trees, peach trees. You get it? Like that. They removed all the trees. Now y'all walk around these places, y'all can't just pluck these things off the tree. Y'all say, where'd they put the trees? They put them where they put all the good resources. And they give the civilians GMO products. This is like fake renditions of these resources. Y'all don't have real apples. Y'all have shiny apples that look like they got detailed and candy painted like a car. A real apple is dull. And shit ain't even one color. It's like going from red to green or vice versa. It got bruises and shit on it, but it's so sweet and it tastes delicious. You hear me? A real apple. It's delicious. I'm saying that because a kid in the daytime never had one. They only know the shiny, candy-painted apples that look like cars. The real apple don't look like that. Only some fake shit that they made look like that. They GMO the seed now. And that it make the apple come how they want it to come. They do it with humans too, though. They GMO the seed. They say, I want the baby to have blue eyes and a big wide nose. They GMO the seed to get that. So they GMO the seed of the fruit and vegetables, and you get it when you go into your supermarket like Whole Foods or somewhere. The fruit and vegetables look perfect. They're shiny like a car when it first get cleaned and candy painted. There you go, Flip Cool. If you go to the orchards upstate New York, you're gonna say these is different apples. They ain't shiny. But when you bite into it, it tastes like apple cider. I don't know how many of y'all had real apple cider. Apple cider tastes different than apple juice. Apple cider is delicious. Sweet. Most kids in the daytime, they ain't never taste a real apple. Where you bite into it and the juice slide down the side of your mouth because it's so juicy. A real apple ain't hard. It's soft enough where you could squeeze it and probably, penetrate it. It's not soft like a tomato or something would be. A real tomato is soft. The ones in the store, they hard. But when I was growing up, you could throw a tomato at somebody and it'd bust all over their face. It was soft. Just full of juice. An apple was similar. You hit somebody in the head with an apple, the apple will break. It wouldn't just be, today time you hit somebody with an apple, you probably knock them out. And the apple won't get bruised until it hit the floor. They face ain't gonna do it. When I was growing up as a kid, you still had a lot of apple trees around. I'm from a time where we used to go get free lunch. And it wasn't nothing to be ashamed about being poor, you feel me? Y'all live in a time where y'all mad bougie, but when I was growing up, poor was fine. The only thing mattered was your spirit and your morals and your manners. And so we was rich in manners, my boy. And that people would let us pick fruit, from their trees that was in their front yard and shit. Like I said, back in these days, there was still like apple trees, pear trees. I remember in the projects that I came up in, when I used to visit my grandmother, this is where she lived, my cousin and my grandmother. They had a pear tree in the projects. They had two of them, and we used to pick pears off this tree and throw them at the crackheads. But the crackhead part is not important. The important part is there was apple trees and pear trees and all kind of trees still around when I was a kid. Like I said, when we used to go to free lunch, we used to stop and pick these things and eat them. They was good. I ain't seen that in quite a while. And so this is how these states started getting referred to as fruit. Because that's what was being removed when they was developing up the cities. And so you get my point? The slaves in the South, they migrated to the North. And in them coming into the city and taking a social and birth certificate, they're volunteering to be a slave but don't realize it. It's a trick. And that, fast forward to now, most of y'all say I hate working, man, because it ain't ever enough. I'm working just to pay bills, and then it ain't nothing left. Like that. It's like a slave in the past. He just do all the work for the slave, and the slave just feed him and give him a roof over his head, clothes on his back. And it's where all your money go. Roof over your head, clothes on your back, and food. I'm working for just that. And so petitions can be created where people can bring, kind of try the states, because the states is all pretty much practicing. The states is all practicing slavery, meaning it's truly involuntary servitude, but they just ain't saying nothing. There's no option being given like that. And so it's like a trick, and this goes quite deep. And so petitions can be made, and this can be brought up against the state that they breaking the 13th Amendment, meaning if you read through it, they're definitely breaking it because there's no option, meaning y'all either work or starve and die. That's not an option. Servitude supposed to be voluntary, meaning y'all supposed to have this working thing that y'all got or an alternative. There's no alternative. Oh no, they do have one. I'm sorry, they covered the lines. They have a thing called welfare. If you don't want to work and be a slave, you can go get welfare. And so it's a deep thing. And he said, I think they want everybody to become YouTubers and somehow make money. Yeah, y'all gonna fall into this shit and be, If you young and black, make sure you still feeding your mind and you still, learning trades and learning skills and learning things. Because y'all all gonna dumb yourselves out on YouTube, and then it's gonna go away and y'all gonna be dumb in society. Y'all already ain't working. You get my point? And so I see ahead, meaning 20 years from now, this YouTube shit gonna get removed because it's illegal. It infringes on people's personal rights. And so YouTube and all these online forums is breaking the law, and it's like drug dealers, man. They just doing their thing till it's over. A lot of y'all don't realize that. You think YouTube and all these online forums is legit. They're not. They're not legit. They're breaking all the laws you could think of. They pay off as they go when they try to keep it going as they do. But you get it? At some point, it's going to crash. Meaning Facebook would have been shut down, but Mark Zuckerberg or whoever, you get it? They pay off whoever they got to pay off, and they make it work how they got to make it work. Just like the drug dealer. He go to jail, he pay off the judge, lawyers, whoever he can to just keep going a little more longer. And it's still going to crash at some point. And so, when YouTube crash tomorrow, most you young kids in the daytime don't know how to do nothing but work online. That part. How many of y'all know how to cut hair? When I was growing up, we all had a bunch of skills. 16 years old, you got like 3-4 skills already. Meaning real trades that you can get paid off, whether you a barber, whatever. So this goes deep, man. But slavery or the 13th Amendment, it had nothing to do with the people. It had to do with, robbing the plantation masters in the South of their slaves. That was the point of that, not y'all. And so these are the many things we have to do something about. This is why everybody be walking around looking all angered, and you get it? It's the working system or the slaving system, how they have it. And there's no alternative, where you can be self-dependent if you choose and not, fall into that. Trill Chris said you can use social media to promote your business and meet like-minded individuals. It's the new way to do things now. Shalom, shalom. Like I said, this generation, y'all ears don't work. Y'all kind of think everybody knew. Y'all knew. You get it? You knew in life, not everybody that you talking to. And so, when I started YouTube, you can get as many subscribers and as much following as you can. It's all on your personality. But it ain't like that no more. Y'all got to pay for subscribers or y'all ain't gonna get none. They got this thing perfectly mapped out. Meaning, let's say you a regular person, Trill Chris. You decide to start a YouTube channel tomorrow. You gonna only have access to about 37 people. Meaning only 37 people in your area or the area of YouTube they gonna have you on. Only 37 people gonna have access to your content. And if you want to reach a broader audience, they gonna make you pay. That's how it works now. When Young Pharaoh and all them started before me and Polite, like I said, your personality and however you could twerk it, you can get as much subscribers as you want, and you can promote all your businesses all you want. I used it to promote my books and all that, but they get hip. And so they cap all that. You think they gonna let y'all have free fucking promotion? Hell no. And so that part, if you young, let's say you say, I'm thinking about starting a YouTube channel and trying my hand. Blah, this is Las Vegas. And you better be talking to somebody like me or somebody that been on here longer than me that could school you on the behind the scenes of how this work. Because you're going to be getting it all gullible talking about, I don't get why I can't get off 3 subscribers. Because you going to pay. I didn't have to pay. Because I'm a legend. You feel me? I refuse to pay. They need to be paying me more, according to me. YouTube need to be paying me for promotion because I got this shit lit. According to me. So this go deep, you feel me? But if you young and those your aspirations, I don't care if TikTok, whatever, you gonna have to pay. They got it like, they got me restricted. They got me on like a cap. You know, because I be saying stuff. I ain't got no filter, so I might have said something to homosexual ain't like a Christian. I don't know, but you get it. They got me on. They got me on like a 2,000 limit, meaning I can't reach more than 2,000 people unless I pay. Now, whoever already know about my channel, then they could just type it in the search bar. But in regards to me popping up, maybe I only pop up in 2,000 people's feed. And everybody else would have to type me into the search bar. I mean like that. Let's say they got you restricted to just 10 people. You got 10 subscribers. You be getting 3 views on a video. It's because of that. You get it? Only 10 people will scroll in their feed and see your videos, amongst others. But everyone else would have to manually type you into the search bar to find you. You would never pop up. You get it? The more popular people are popping up are the people who are signed to deals with the big companies that are promoting things. This is why you have all the ads popping up on YouTube and TikTok. It's a promotion thing. Like that. You're not signed to no deal. And that you gonna pay for access to the world platform. Right now you can just access 10 people, meaning only 10 people will be able to find you unless they put you in the search bar, and I don't even know if they'll find you that way. Like that. They cap everybody. And so this go deep. It's like Las Vegas. It's designed for y'all to lose. Time mostly, but it's designed for y'all to lose. You know, and kill yourselves too. But mainly just lose. Just focus on that. It's designed for y'all to lose yourselves. And not have no talents. And just lose overall a connection with society. Society have to do with being social, but it robs you of that. Y'all social skills. And so this all go deep. Damn, that sun got a little hot and bright. Hold on now. Hold on. I don't be coming out here prepared. That's the problem. I'll be bringing enough juice and shit when I come out here. I come out here in my pajamas one day with a tent. And mad groceries so I can kick back for hella long. But hopefully y'all grasping what I just said. Let's get deeper. But I'm hot. And so overall, the whole point had to do with explaining to y'all how y'all cities, they prisons. Like I said in the past, you just had the forest, and then when they start building up the cities, they're building the cities out of the forest. And that, once the city is built, they would have walls around the city, and you get it? The city was a prison. Now you got nothing but cities, but they got their prison still in it, and most people cannot come out of it. You get it? If I tell y'all how to get out, how you get out the system, like, you know, this cycle you got where you work, get paid, pay your bills, work, you got a social security number and birth certificate, like how you get out of that system. Most y'all had no clue. Like that, it's a prison. You live in a city or country, you live in a prison. Like I said, we like cattle. So you gotta ask for permission to go to another city or state. That's a country. You gotta get a permission slip. Because they wanna keep up with their cattle. And so this go deep. This is why when you're dealing with like biblical texts, it speak of Babylon in that way, like an evil place, because it's a prison for the most part. Physical manifestations of hell are trap, prison. And so the prisons and all of these, damn, I'm getting so black. I'm about to end this video. And so like I said, all the sins and things we go through, meaning whatever hardships or unfairs that we go through, living in these cities, a man sin against himself when he loses balance. You get my point? And we sell each other out, and then that become the way. And then you get it? Become a sellout party where everybody's selling everybody out. And this is because losing morals, losing balance. And so black people got to get their honor back. This is their balance. Their ability to be fair and not emotional. Not making fair based on their emotions. I like this person, so I'm going to be fair to them. There was a time when we were sturdy. Not an emotional people and goofy kitty-like people, but sturdy. And we stood on our morals. In that we couldn't be sold out or sell ourselves out because we were sturdy. And people got to respect you how you carry it. We don't carry it that way. We show that we can be sold out, we'll sell out, and all that. And so black people got to get back sturdy, find they honor, they balance, they morals. This start with being fair. We got to be fair with each other. And that, you get it, we can move as a whole. Whoever's more sufficient at the moment for whatever the task is, let them lead. Like that. Y'all getting lost on Babylon ideals where they got to be a ruler and one controller, and that ain't how life works. It's like I said, whoever more sufficient at the task at the moment at hand, let them lead. You follow? Let's say I'm the leader of the nation, but you a navigator. Blood, if you say we going right, you get it? We going right. Because you supposed to know. In that moment, you the leader. We following you. Like that. Everybody got their talent. Everybody like a part of the body. The feet do what it do. The hands do what it do. The head do what it do. The eyes do what it do. Every part got its part, and it plays its part. And that part lead when it need to. What's the king over your body? Like the hands, the feet. Most of y'all will say whatever part I say when I say. My hands is sometimes my feet is, whichever one I pick when I feel like it. Like that. Trail Chris said if only they taught honor and balance in school. Yeah, you too lost into society. This ain't a school matter. It's a tribe matter. I use that word instead of nation or nationality. It's a tribe matter. Don't got nothing to do with school. And none of the problems we have do. Don't have nothing to do with the society or those who run it. It's just like that girl that got recently killed. That black girl, she picked up the hot The hot tea, blood hit in the face. The cop shot in the face. Still calling the cops and shit like that. Sinning against ourselves. You can't view white people as the devil, then you calling upon them for help. Sinning upon yourself. I ain't saying white people the devil, but I'm saying if that's your viewpoint of them and you call on them, you summon that, you summon all of that upon yourself, truly. That's why I tell y'all, if you don't like somebody, you better go on your way, man. Y'all got a thing in the daytime where y'all don't like people, but y'all linger around them. That make all the recipe for you to die. Now, if you know you really don't like white cops that much, you don't call them to your house. That part. I ain't saying she wrong or did anything wrong. I'm talking about on the moving forward. If you black, stop calling on your enemy. Stop lingering around people you got problems with or you think got problems with you. Learn your place, learn your space, and be content with that. Outside of that, we ain't never had it good with the system. Meaning the system is designed for us to be, lessers. During the Civil War times and, when they was making the Constitution and the 13th Amendment, and they were saying like slavery is abolished, they had black codes or slave codes. This is like slave laws during them times. So you had the regular laws for the people, but then under the fine print, you had the laws that was for blacks. And this law had to do with like, you get it? Don't pay no attention and none of the laws don't apply to their ass. And that still is today. Meaning you got the law that y'all all know. But this law don't apply to us because back in them times they had like the black codes or the slave codes. This is a different law. That's kind of, the law is what's on Front Street. Then behind Front Street, behind the counter, you got the real law. And in that law, it say like none of these laws apply to black people. You can do whatever the fuck you want with them. We'll figure it out. And it seemed like that still stand today. We don't get like really fair treatment. Meaning if we have a fight with another race, it's almost if you black, you got to wonder like, am I gonna go to jail? If you black, you don't feel comfortable just beating up an Arab person if they get on your nerves, or a white person, because you like when the cops come, I'm going to jail for some reason. It was a one-on-one fight, but they seem to want to take me. It's because of what I just said about them black holes. They got a secret law. All that slavery being abolished stuff, like I said, that was just a trick to steal the slaves from the plantation masters. And so you get my point? The real law say like none of the law apply to black people. You don't have to apply it to them. Whatever happens, they in the wrong. And so I'm sure you feel that way. Like whatever happens in life, if I'm caught, if my co-defendant white, I'm going to jail and he probably ain't. I don't know why. We both guilty, but I'm going. All that's designed like how it's designed for a reason. And so we just got to get our history and things back in order. And get our mind together. We all over the place. Y'all getting taught a bunch of fake history. Agenda history. Meaning you got Pan-Africans arguing with Hebrew Israelites and, black groups arguing amongst themselves. And that they making they fake wisdom kind of cater to serving their agenda, which is their group. In that they might leave something out or add something on and make a point that ain't even a point. And so if you young, you got to remember that. Your people, they arguing with each other. And that they fucking up the truth right before your eyes. Because they more concerned about their group than the people. That's why I say these groups was designed to make us separate. You could use Blood and Crip as an example. That shit worked on black people. But before Blood and Crip, black people was together. You can go hang out with your Crip cousin because he wasn't Crip. Now, if you blood and he Crip, you say I ain't really chill with my Crip cousin because he live in the Crip side of town and I don't be going over there. Like that. It was designed to separate us. Political parties, all these things was designed to keep the people all separated. When you talking about a specific race of people, meaning black people, shit, they made a whole bunch of shit. Republican, Democrat, that's for all civilians. So y'all can fall on the sides and argue and fight with each other, but ain't none of y'all got nothing to do with the government, which is who benefit off all that. But that was put into play for all citizens to kind of fight and argue. So was religion, Islam and Christianity. This is just put into place so y'all have groups and y'all argue and fight and not come together. But when you're dealing with the black race, we got the religious groups all in our nationality. We got gang groups all in our nationality keeping us separate. We got political groups, meaning you niggas fall under Democrat and Republican. We got political party groups arguing and shit. We got nationality groups arguing and shit. Any group thing they make up, we fall into it. In that, these groups was made to keep us separate. Can you see why black people is more separate than any other group you could name in life? Because we adopt all the group shit. That part. Y'all either a blood, Crip, a Muslim, Christian, a goddamn Hebrew, Pan-African, a Republican, Democrat. Meaning, when you dealing with black people, you got to strip them down to so much. First, you got to strip them down to their little kid gang. They picked that shit up as a kid. You got to strip their brain of that. Then you got to strip their brain of whatever political party they decide to think they a civilian now. So now you got to strip them of their political party. Now they want to pretend like they the buddy of God. You got to strip them of their religion now. Because that's another group they fell into they going to be fighting about. Do you get it? They got political party groups they like to get into. You got to strip them of that. When you're dealing with black people, they fell into every class of groups you could find in that one black person. You got to strip this nigga of everything, not just one thing. You get it? You meet a white person, you say, I just got to strip him of his religion. He fell into Christianity, that keep him separate from Islam. You just strip him of that, he good. He ain't in no gang or nothing. Black people, man, they ain't got every goddamn nigga. They want to have basketball game fights. I'm a Nick. Like that. Y'all fall into anything y'all could disagree and argue about. And so I'll say again, groups was designed to keep us separate. Wherever y'all see a group, y'all supposed to attack it. Ain't supposed to be no Bloods and Crips in our nation, because those is two groups. Red and blue, they fall under Democrat and Republic. That mean this is a government thing, and we ain't supposed to have no parts on it. How y'all let the government trick y'all with they gang? Again, Democrat and Republican, red coats and blue coats. That's that good old history, you know, Indians and shit like that back in the day. Red coats, blue coats. They had beef. Early Republicans and Democrats. Now, that's your red and blue thing. This predates your little Crip and blood thing. But you ask a Crip and the blood in the day, they gonna tell you some black nigga made that shit up. You see how we get the fault? Not only do you niggas get tricked in two groups, but then y'all get the fault of creating it. Larry Hoover ass in jail for creating all the gangs, even though all the gangs y'all know of was created by the government, and that's why they fall under red and blue. Care if you in a Mexican gang, you either carry a red flag or a blue one. I don't care what gang you in, you either carry a red flag or a blue flag. Tell me when I'm wrong. That part. Most of y'all in the daytime's fake. You don't really know your history, your gang history, and none of that. And so when I'm breaking this down to you, you're probably like, man, you don't know what you're talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. Y'all don't even know ain't no such thing as blood and Crips. There's just sets. Ain't nobody a blood. You know how y'all be like, is a blood a Pyru? Ain't no such thing as a Pyru or blood or none of that. There's just sets. And if your set carry a red rag, then that shit's blood. But no, nobody identify with blood. You identify with your set. What I'm basically telling you is all they did was take all the street crews and street gangs and make them come up under a red or blue. The Pyru boys just adopted a color. That was before though. Just like in New York, you had Zulu Nation, you had the Nyetas, you had a bunch of gangs. Then they just started adopting these colors. Either red, blue, or you know the Latin shit is yellow. But they play with the red. Do you get it? And so it's like that. Ain't no such thing as a blood and crip. That's a government made up thing. But what you do have is sets. And these sets is they own gang. Do you follow? If you from New York, a non-Trey blood is its own gang separate from when I was growing up, you had GKB. It's two completely separate gangs, but they both carry the red rag. In that, they blood because of that. But them two sets can have beef. Meaning blood sets can have beef with each other. It's usually like that. Meaning if you don't know about gangs, so you probably figure like Bloods and Crips have beef. No. Bloods have beef with blood sets and Crip sets have beef with Crip sets. And ever so often a Crip set and a blood set might have a run-in. But usually, like I said, because I was in the gang back in 96, 97. OG, back when you used to get your dog paws. Meaning I got burns on me. I know this. I don't never go into this because like I said, this is all designed to dumb y'all out. I got enough people talking on gang shit, but they don't be knowing what they talking about. And they ain't never bust nobody open or did nothing. I come from a time where you had to eat food and bust somebody open and get active to even be accepted. This ain't even got nothing to do with you having status. Just to be a part. Blood gotta be shed. I'ma say it again. I come from a time where blood gonna be shed or your ass ain't blood. Period. And it ain't nothing to talk about. And you ain't gonna have no status after you shed this blood. You gonna earn that shit like everybody else. But you gonna bust somebody open before you even get identified. Y'all live in a time where y'all say I'm blood, so you just blood. No. I come from a time where you gonna get branded, meaning you gonna get your triple O's, that's your dog paws. And every person I know, they got those. We old now, so we put tattoos and stuff over it because we ain't dealing with all of that foolishness. But do you get my point? I come from a whole different time. If you think you in a gang and you think you know, you would not have lasted my time. That was would have pulled up on you and asked you thick like quick and you would have got bust right open. And once somebody G-check you, that means you about to get bust open. Why is they G-checking you for? For what? If they ain't about to bust you open, why would they be G-checking you? It's because they about to bust your ass open. I come from them times. Somebody pull up on me, talk about what's that red be like. I'm going in their mouth. Who you talking to, blood? That ain't for me. That's for the new bozos. And so y'all wouldn't even know how to carry it in my day. Y'all be answering and shit. Telling them what that red be like. That's for new goofies. Don't never ask me that. Now ask me who I bust open today. Now I'm just playing, but that's how that go when you on that kind of time. I used to be on that kind of time. You ask me who I bust open today. And you asking and you G-checking me for. And back then I had a whole different kind of voice. It come out when I go back on that time. That's why I don't even get into that. He said I was born in 1990. You know for sure. Yeah, I was born in 82, champ. Like I said, like 96, 97. We was putting in some pain back then, you know. But that's government stuff that was made to, you know, dumb us out. And so I was just giving y'all them references so y'all could grasp. I know y'all probably say, oh, this nigga don't know about gangs. I ain't listening to him. Y'all don't know no gang member in the daytime that's more OG than me. Niggas y'all be listening to just old ass niggas that turned gang members when they was old. And they capping. Like I said, ain't no blood, ain't no Crip, ain't no Pyru, none of that. It's just sets. That two Pyru sets could be beefing, and that's usually what's gonna happen. And they just fall under red. So they identified as a blood. But ain't no blood. You get it? You got sets. You can't tell another gang member I'm a blood. He gonna say, what set are you in? If you can't name a set, how is you blood? Like that. Ain't no blood, it's just the sets. And so if you ever make a mistake and be like, I'm blood, you're gonna have problems because ain't no such thing as blood. What is your set? That part. There's only sets. I don't care what gang member you heard trying to explain this to you. If they ain't tell you what I just told you, they a new goofy. Ain't no blood in Crip. That's government stuff. That's why that fall in the red and blue. Just like the fire department and the police station fall in the red and blue. And Republican and Democrat fall in the blue. You got to be able to identify the government by they red and blue. Back in the day, it was the red coats versus the blue coats. And so you get my point? The blood and Crip stuff was made up by the government. And all they did was make all the crews in the streets come up under their thing. And that they could monitor us better now. He said, is you 82? No, I was born in 82. I'm 42. But I kind of started a little early. It was like that back in the day. You know, we had full jobs at 5, you know, packing bags and stuff. Hey, all my friends had a job at 5. We was all worked at the supermarket packing bags. I come from a different time, blood. We had to really work. You see how I put my work in now? You like, damn, ain't nobody giving him a hand. It wouldn't matter. I come from different times. You gotta work. You gotta put in your work, period. And so, like I said, I've been working since 5 years old. My sister got me my first job at the supermarket packing bags because she was packing bags since 5 years old. And by the time she was 8, she was recruiting bag packers. This is like people like me. She's just taxing our shit. Like, all that changes minds, and I give you a quarter. I pack bags all day. She take all the change, give me 50 cents. You know, shit like that. I come from them times. You had to learn your way. You got scammed by your own first till you learn. They was prepping you for the real stuff. Like, they was prepping you for the real beat downs. I come from a time where the older dudes in the neighborhood, they gave the younger dudes beat downs and elevator rides ever so often, you know, to keep them tough. Prepare them for the real jumpings. That's gonna come from the dudes up the block. They gonna beat you down for real. So I come from a whole different time, but you know, it was better than. Everything made sense, everything, you know, was real. And so if you in the gang, you're not in the gang, you're in the government thing. And any government thing you find yourself in is going to lead you to jail, because that's their most important business. It's lucrative for them, as long as they got bodies coming in there. Said 42 Doug grew crew Crip, but his man's a 82 blood that run the yard. The name Wow. Yeah, y'all got, oh, I see people say. You wasn't calling me 82. Yeah, you got a lot of fake stuff going on in the daytime. That's like I told y'all. Y'all popular though, so then y'all just say whatever y'all, I mean, whatever y'all want. But you get my point? When I was growing up, we ain't mess with Crips. Well, me and my little boys did, because we different. We mess with everybody. But I come from a time where you don't be doing that. Ain't no switch side. When you be flip-flopping around like that, you can catch a beat down. You got to be clear where you stand back in the day. You can't have no Crip buddy. You can't have no cop as your buddy. Nah, what do you mean? Like, where does your loyalty? I'm a criminal, you're a cop. You have a cop buddy? Who your loyalty lie with? You get it? I'm a blood, you a Crip. You hanging with Crips, side. It get too confusing. That's not even allowed in the past. Y'all would all been violated back in the day. Easy. They would have called rank on y'all so easy. Blood be hanging with Crips and all kind of shit. He be saying anything he want. And he ain't got no bullet holes. I'm from a time where you better take your shirt off and you better have a scar. Cause this ain't Magic La La Land. This ain't the movies. You a soldier, where your scars at? Nobody wanna hear that. I don't take no L's. Yeah, you about to get beat the fuck up. That's called a 31. You ain't got no marks on you. That part. I come from a time where everybody gotta have blemish. It's a part of the tattoos of this thing. You don't get your set tattooed on your body, you get a whole bullet hole. You see how y'all get tattoos on your body and y'all say that's for the set? Back in the day, you get shot in the chest, nigga. And that's your tattoo, that wound. That's for the set. You get your back bust open like OG Bobby Johnson, son. And that's your tattoo for the set. Them scars. And putting in that work. Back in the day, the OGs ain't have tattoos. They had scars. That's it. They wore trousers. Dress shoes. These dudes wore trousers and dress shoes and they ain't know nothing about no tattoos. They knew something about like real pain. Y'all get the fake pain. Say, let me get a nice tattoo. It hurts, so that make me tough. Man, listen. I get tattooed up with a shank. I'm sorry, I'm probably scaring this generation. You know, y'all goofy. I get it though. But I said all of that so y'all could believe me when I tell y'all the gangs is a government thing. We got to get out of that. Like for real. I used to run back in the day in St. Nick projects. The Manhattanville projects. Meaning if you wondering like who is this nigga? I was a blood nigga that used to be in St. Nick projects. Manhattanville projects. Everywhere from 110th all the way up to 215th Street, man. Like that. In Brooklyn too. Everywhere basically. That's how it was back in the day. You had to get around and you get it. You had to get busy a little bit. And get around and rub shoulders. That mean get busy. I go put in some work with the Manhattanville people. Back then it was people like, I don't like saying names because you get it, that ain't my thing, but I don't know where people stand in the daytime. So back then you had people in Manhattanville like Bloody Moon and other people. I used to be with them. St. Nick. Like I said, I hate saying names. I don't know where people be standing, but I used to get around. And so them gangs is government things. They lead to jail. Just like online is a government thing. So you get it? I'm gonna lead y'all to jail. Goldson said you were your scars. I do proudly. Nothing to be proud of over those scars. But you get it? You got to wear them. Ain't nothing you could do. It's like any tribe. You in the tribe, you got your warriors in the tribe. And pull up to the tribe and the warriors ain't got no scars. You gonna start wondering like, am I really safe? Because I don't think these dudes had... I don't think these warriors had no wars. They ain't got no scars. Like, it's real life. Everybody tough. You can't just be the only one. That ain't... And so you get my point? Man ain't got no scars. Man ain't no warrior. You get my point? Most of y'all in the daytime, you don't got what it take to be a gangster. You get my point? You can't take all the loss that you gotta take to be one. This shit go back to when you was a kid, 8 years old. Y'all ain't built to go through everything a gangster gotta go through to be one. beat up when you're a little kid and get his bike taken and all of that shit. Niggas robbed him for his shoes. That. And go all the way back to a kid's childhood. And all the events leading up to him kind of saying, you know what? Today's the last day. And from that day forward, you get it, he be mashing, but all real gangsters, that's their story. The pressures made them like that. They didn't wake up one day and say, I'm gonna be tough and a gangster. Taking L's every day. It could be broke L's. You waking up, niggas eating good, and you broke. You like every day. But like that, y'all ain't built to go through the suffering and all the pain and hardship that it take to be a gangster. And so this go deep. Meaning if you young, forget all of that gangster stuff, man. That's a hardship thing. It don't have nothing to do with what y'all trying to make it like a razzle-dazzle fly thing. That's a hardship thing. And a standing on that glories if you can make it through that. And be clear, hella people gonna be dead when you make it through. It ain't nothing to be like, meaning most of y'all think being some gangsters, something you seen on the movies, and it ain't. And being a gangster is when yo ass the last Mohican. You turn 35, 36, and you like, damn, everybody's dead. A whole new generation. I don't know nobody. That's what it is to be a gangster. When you turn around and you a stranger in life, because everybody came in your path dead. Whether op or friend. You 40, you like, damn, I don't know nobody. Everybody I know in jail and dead. That part, I guarantee you find a real gangster in the daytime, he gonna tell you what I just told you. I ain't got no friends, everybody dead. The few that ain't, they in jail, they got a life. Like that. My best friend that I grew up with, he was my best friend at the time. He got life. And a few niggas that might be left, they only could make it through the bottle. Cause that's how ugly this shit get. You get it? That's what being a gangster is. When you turn around and ain't nobody left, either dead in jail or the small few that can make it through, they on that bottle. And so, y'all better find something else y'all want to be. He said they call me OG because I made it to 33. Salam. You were part of the new generation. You were part of the new generation. I'm talking about the people that was my young boys. Man, they about 38 now. 37. Not 33. My baby cousins is older than you, like the ones I used to change their diaper. They like 33. You way down the totem pole. You get my point? I got little baby cousins I used to change their diaper, no lie. They about your age, man, born in 90 and shit like that. 88. Talking about older people, like around my age. I'm 42, so somewhere around that. 40, 38, maybe. Maybe if you was 38, you remember some of the stuff I'm saying. If you was younger than 38, you get it, you ain't gonna really remember. You would have been too young, you wouldn't even have been a teen yet. And I'm 15 and all this when I'm running around doing all this crazy stuff. Again, you ain't 11. You would have been like, if I'm 15, you 33, so you'd have been 6 years old when I was 15. You get it? Like that, I definitely ain't. There's no way I could be talking to you. I'm 42, you 33. When I was 15, so you 9 years younger than that. That would have made you 6. Do you get it? Like that. YF and Lucci and all of them. When I used to go over there to that side of town, they live out in Atlanta. Me and he was like 8. My cousin is YFN Lucci DJ. His name Lavishly or some shit. I know it's real, Dave. My cousin DJ for YFN Lucci. When they used to come to New York to do his shows, they used to hit me to get weed because they ain't from up here. I used to go to Atlanta back in like 2003, 4, over there at Ellison Court, Sylvan Road. I forgot what it was called. Campbellton Road and all that. I used to be coming out there, to see the fam. Just my little cousins and shit like that. They like I said, I'm like 20, so maybe they like 12. I'm blood at that time. It's no bloods over there in that area. Just me. The dude that be coming up from New York all the time. Now, all that whole area blood. I try to tell them, man, y'all got that from me. This generation don't listen. And we made that up. The other big homie came through. Blood, whatever big homie you talking about was 10 years old when I used to pull up over here, blooded out. I used to pull over there with fresh bullet wounds. Meaning when I used to pull up in Atlanta, I ain't never seen nobody like me before. I pull up with a fresh bullet hole in me. Straight from... We was wild back in the day. I ain't lying either. I pull up on crutches. Like, yo, giving these niggas work. Like, yeah, man, move this. I can't walk right now. Like I said, I don't like saying names, but these people old now, probably like 45, 50. I'm pulling up from New York with fresh bullet holes and tattoos on my eyes. They ain't never seen nothing like that in Atlanta in no 2000, you feel me? 2001, 2002, they never seen nothing like that except on the movie. They didn't know that was real. And we dressed like how we dress now. Back then, they were still wearing Filas and Reeboks. And so you get it, influence is a deep thing. Meaning you might be in Atlanta, you like, yo, I'm top blood out here. I started it out here. No, you didn't. When I was blood, y'all was scared to be. There ain't want no parts of me. I pull up to Atlanta, I try blood them in. They want no parts of whatever life I live. You feel me? Another kind of blood must have came after me, and then y'all say, yeah, he look like he might go work better. I pull up, pocket full of money, gold teeth in my mouth. I was wild when I was younger. I ain't gonna front. The fuzzy cornrows pulling up on you, man. Ready to get bit. I simmer down a lot now when I look back. I ain't simmer down, but you get it. I just grew up. You grow. You become a grown up at some point, Now I'm a grandfather, so if you watching, don't get none of this confused. I'm a grandfather. I'm a father of 2. I got a grandson. And you get my point? The only thing cool for me is to talk y'all a lot of negative shit. It ain't cool. So I don't ever want you to hold me to that. Like, you may be in the gang, you like, man, I want to impress him. Impress me not being in it. I'm going to look at you like my son or kid. Like you 33, you probably feel mad old, but you get it? Like I said, you would have been 6 when I was joining in the gang, and you get my point? It's like a baby. And that, I would have been telling you, like, chill, bro, don't fuck with this. Do something else. He said, I'm glad you did, because I learned a lot from you. Yeah, I'd have been dead, man. I was wild. Like, everybody say they tough, but you get it, I take my shirt off, y'all see scars, like, for real, where you could see, like, blood had to be active, like, every day. Like, he had to be the person they was going to get for every war. Like that, I'm the person that, you get it? Everybody in the hood came and got me at one point or another for pistol action. A nigga get jumped or something, and they all fired up, so then they gonna call me, like, yo, Cheese, come down with, you get it? And Anybody got a problem with me, they ain't trying to put hands on me. They figure like they gotta shoot me or something because that's what it's gonna be. You get it? So you learn from, when you young, you just do what you do. But you don't want to be too tough. You want to be too real. That's fear. That's what's gonna have people scared. You want to be, you want to be like bamboo. You want to have a little bit of pull and a little bit of give, but you don't want to be too stiff and sturdy. Because people going to fear you, and you get my point. It get weird from there. You can get hits and stuff put out on you. You might not be that built for all of that. And so, like I said, I come from a time I had a hit put on me a few times. And I got shot too. I don't want you to get lost where you like, oh, you got a hit put on him. No, this back in the day, if you get a hit put on you, it ain't like now where you be like, I got a hit put out on me, but they still ain't get me. No, you got. Any nigga from my day say he had a hit put out on him, he got shot. He got hit. The hit went through. Not an attempted hit, a hit. Just survived it. But you get my point? I'm saying that because I know how y'all in the daytime. Y'all be like, niggas got hits out on me and you walking around. I ain't from that time. Chill. I don't know what that is. That's like play. I'm from the real stuff. I'll tell you how the hit put out on me. More than likely, they caught up with me, and you feel me? I don't fold, so you get it, ain't gonna be no way but that way. Meaning I come from that time. I get caught slipping, it's only gonna go one way. Meaning you're gonna have to smash me out. Do not waste your shot, and I ain't gonna give it to you either. Meaning you ain't gonna get no cop and no pleas from me. You better handle your shit, because if I catch you next time, I don't do truces and passes, big baby. So I expect you to make this one of those good deaths. That's how I always I got stabbed in my back when I was younger. Bottom part of my back. That's why I always had to pee a lot, because my kidneys got punctured. About 13 Latin kings caught me slipping. They was coming from a Latin king meeting. You get it? They caught me walking bottom, and like I said, I come from a time where we don't fold. If it's your day, it's your day, you get it? And you stand on that. And so that's how I was moving back then. They were about 15 deep, they caught me slipping dolo. And so like I said, I come from them times, you stand on that, man, you get it? And so, you know how y'all are in the daytime, they ask you if you blood, you like, no. From them times where ain't no denying it, you get it? You already know what I'm riding, and you get it? It goes down from there. Be fighting 15 Latin kings by yourself. Knife fighting, I mean. Not fist fighting. Knife fighting. I walk up out of there with a few stab wounds, one in the lower back. Half dead, you feel me? By the time I got back to my boys, they had to bring me to the hospital. They bust me open, blew my kidneys open, you know? I don't want you to think I'm no superhero. A lot of y'all be like that, where y'all like, man, this nigga, a little nigga think he tough. Blood, you wouldn't last one day in my life, man. I get bust open, I'll be back outside the next day riding. When I got my kidneys punctured, my homeboy that got life, he picked me up. And we rode to the ops block. It, like that. I can't even walk. They picked me up and put me in. I'm the big homie. They say, you get it? I'm crazy back in the day. It's my beef, nigga. I'm going. Like, you get it? You can't walk, blood. Pick me up and put me in the car. Like that. My boy pulled up to the block to let me know, like, yeah, we about to go take care of that. I told him, blood, pick me up and put me in. What do you mean y'all going without me? They ain't stabbed y'all, they stabbed me, nigga. I'm going to drop one of these niggas, not y'all. So they picked me up and threw me in the passenger seat. And you get it? Let's just say that night ended in the police. Cold blood detectives had me hemmed up on the car, and because I was leaking out my back is the only reason why they let us go. He pulled us over and you get it? They snatched me out the car, got a fresh knife wound in my back, it's leaking. I ain't supposed to be outside, but I am. And so you get it? They kind of got nervous when they seen that and was like, you go, get him, take him wherever he need to go, because he's fucking leaking. I guess my adrenaline raised and that my wound started pouring again. I had just got it patched up. It was too big to get stitches, so they just stuffed it with cotton. And I had to get them cotton balls changed like every other day. I had like a nurse come to my house. I was on bed rest. But I was outside. You know, when you're young, you stupid. So I'm supposed to be on bed rest. I'm outside running around doing that. And that, my adrenaline rushing, I guess my cotton balls must have fell out. I don't know. But I know when he seen it, he was like, it was just like, get him out of here. Like, I'm about to die. So that kind of saved us that night. Yeah, man, I've been stabbed, shot. I got stabbed in the chest, in the heart, really. My lower back, you know, the part that handicap you, but it went to the right, kind of hit my kidneys. What else? Everything you could think of, man. Like I told y'all, most of y'all ain't built to become a gangster. I'm 25 years old. I'm standing on all that. It's not me at 50. Me at 21 years old, I got knife wounds and bullet. I had a bullet in me at 21 and a bunch of knife wounds. A tattoo on my eye that I've been had for like 3-4 years. You get it? In the daytime, you 21, you look like you a regular kid. Me at 21, I got a kid. And I got hella wounds where you know I'm down for that action. I always had a pistol on me, and you get it? It wasn't no confusing where you would have been like, nah, I think this nigga cap. You would know, like, no, he not cap. Blood got a fresh bullet hole. I used to pull up to the block with fresh wounds. No shirt on with the fresh chest wound. You feel me? Stapled up and all that. Just showing it, like. Because niggas got to learn, you feel me? This that real life, blood. You can't be playing. I want all my friends to see this. Because they next. Let them know what's good. It was down the line for them. Let the little kids see so they see you won't be there, right? Mm-mm. I come from them times where you let it be seen so everybody can learn from it. You feel me? You get bust open out here, man. This ain't no joke. It's not no movie either. And so a lot of y'all in the daytime got to learn that. Y'all got like fake bootleg tough guys. Just popular tough. But when you get out there in the real streets, you get my point? You can't fake it. You get my point? It got to be all the way real. You just pull up to the block. You see gang members start taking their shirts off, showing off their tattoos. That's their wounds. You get my point? You get a lot of people, they go through whatever they go through, then they be abandoning stuff. Nigga get shot, then he don't want to play no more, but it don't go like that. So like that, you see somebody still in the gang, they taking off their shirt, they got their bullet holes and shit, so you knowing like, okay, they down for the party because they got touched up and they still playing. Like, they still want to play. So it was different back then. You had to be real for real. It wasn't no faking and it wasn't no selling out. Like if somebody was a sucker and they pay somebody to like protect them. You know how y'all got in the daytime, you could be a sucker, but maybe you could pay a real gangster. Maybe a real gangster know you, he'll let you pay him. Back in the day, you would have just got robbed. Like they would have just took your money and kept it, but they wouldn't have rolled with you. You a bozo. You get it? Like that. You say, yo, Cheese, when you say Solace, I'm gonna pay you to ride with me. I know you a real gangster, niggas gonna accept it. Then I just take your money and I never roll with you. I just keep telling you, you gotta give me more till you figure it out. Like Blood is never gonna chill with me. He just gonna keep taking my money. Like that. That's how we did in the past. If you was a sucker, you was a sucker, and that's that. And the real stuck together. And maybe they ain't hang together, but you get it? The real is an extinct thing, so you always make sure if the person real, you know? Everybody keep up with their own. If I'm real, I make sure I keep up with the other dudes that's real. I might not hang with them because a bunch of lions can't be in the same space, but you get it? I'll speak up for them, not for no sucker. In the daytime, you get it? Y'all will team up with a sucker if he lit. That wouldn't have happened in the past. Sucker gotta be a sucker, and that's just that. And he got the, if he wanna be tough and accepted by the streets, he gotta go through what everybody else have to. Meaning you got to come on down to the neighborhood and go through the goings. You can't pay your way through this. Nobody could, nobody can with that. You get my point? That's basically what I'm letting y'all know. You can't pay. You're gonna always get snaked out in the end. That's not how this work. Gangster in the street kind of work on IOU. Nigga, look at this bullet hole I got for you back in the day when we was riding. Them niggas jumped you, and you get it? I came out blazing. I took one, man. You get it? Like that. But he said, yeah, you did back in the day. I'ma come ride with you now. That's how this work. I don't pay nobody to ride with me. It's all IOUs. This go back when we was kids. Remember I bailed you out, nigga? I ain't even have it like that. Say, yeah, you right, I remember. Yeah, I'm riding with you tonight. That's how that go. It don't go like I'm getting money, can I pay you to be down with me? Nah, we came up together. We did dirt together. I got injuries cause of you and vice versa. You get it? We bonded by, you get it? The experience, and we bonded by blood wounds, man. Bullet holes. You gotta ride with me. You can't say no. Like that. In the daytime, y'all pay for protection, and that y'all never get protected. Y'all wind up getting y'all head blowed off. That's why y'all don't make it that long. Me, I'm older. You probably say, how he made it through all that? Because even the ops know I'm real. And that there's still respect. We ops, but it's a respect. Where they ain't gonna draw no lines with me. It's because of that. You see, in the daytimes, most of y'all problem come because somebody pop out talking about y'all capping. That don't happen in my day. Ain't nobody gonna pop out talking about I'm capping. You get it? No, he's who he is, but you get it. He who he is, but it just is what it is. We either cool or we ain't. And so y'all gotta learn in the daytime. All of that stuff is designed to keep us separate. That blood, Crips, all those things is designed to keep us separate and going at each other. And any other groupings you could think of. That's the whole point of them. The one black person join this thing, the next black person join that thing, and let them get the arguing and separating. Christianity and Islam done separated families. Islam person in the family don't deal with the Christian like that, and they was family before they adopted either of those things. And so you get my point? Can't let the things that we pick up in society start separating us out and dumbing us completely out to where we act like we slow. Don't matter how much you like a thing. I don't care if you're one of the older people that benefit off these gangs and stuff. You'll call a gang whatever you want, but get it up out of that government shit. You know, that red and blue stuff. Like I said, there always was crews and gangs, but the government came along and scooped them all up. That's how they hit Larry Hoover, where he the gang member of all gang members, even though Blood ain't never... Blood was a little boy when they locked him up. Larry Hoover about 80, 90 years old. Blood do not live by or stand on nothing from when he was in his 20s. Y'all know 18-year-old Larry Hoover, 18 through 25, if even that. And that's who y'all think Larry Hoover is. Y'all don't know Larry Hoover is like a great-great-grandfather. Blood about 80, 90 years old. And this shit probably just disgusted him to his soul. He fell to this. A lot of people did. Tookie, all these people are scapegoats for the government's doings. The government set all this up. They got these old niggas lying, talking about Somebody dropped guns off a train in the neighborhood. Ain't nobody dropped no guns off the train in the neighborhood. They got them guns from the cops. And niggas know if they come back to the hood, if Tookie come back to the hood and be like, I got this gun and these drugs from this cop, niggas gonna be looking at him crazy. And that's how most of these gangs started, man, with cops. Pulling up on little 18, 16-year-old kids, you get it? Raymond Washington, Tookie Williams, Larry Hoover, but pulling up on these people when they 15, 16, manipulating them with money and drugs and guns and shit. In that, you get it? They become the fall guy, and they just kids. Next thing you know, Larry Hoover, 80 years old, sitting in jail for some shit they did to him as a kid. Ain't no blood and crip. It's just the tribe that we all come from. That name of the tribe is the Big Dick. The Big Dicks. Till we find a proper name, I'm going with that one. We come from that tribe called the Big Dicks. I heard stories of colonizers cutting off our dicks. So I'm gonna assume our dicks was kind of hefty. And so, whatever tribe we come from, it had, you know, black feet, big dick, big titty. I'm a titty connoisseur, I'm trying to tell y'all, man. I know all kind of titties, you know. You got the big sloppy titties, you got the small titties, they like shaped like a pear. So I like those, it's kind of nice. You can fit them in your whole mouth, the whole thing. And you know, you got all kind of titties, look like bubble gum, stretch marks all over them. Like I said, I'm a titty connoisseur, but this video's not about that. Back to the... just listen to the wisdom, man. Back to the point. Where was I at before I got off into the titty connoisseur thing? Like I said, I've been studying titties since I was young. There's so many different kinds, like a lopsided titty. Some chicks got one titty bigger than the other. Some titties is heavy in weight. And some titties is kind of like... Some titties you could squeeze them, your fingerprints stay in it. Some titties is firm. Like, you feel me? It all depends. Like, it's deep. Like, the big nipples, small nipples. I knew one chick, she didn't even have nipples. She just had like little dots. So like I said, I'm a titty connoisseur. I know everything there is to know about, you know. I'm a breastologist. I know my stuff, don't worry. Oh my God, I know y'all like this nigga stupid. Gotta have fun with the wisdom. It ain't even no fun if you get it. If it ain't fun. But in regards to gangs, y'all gotta keep y'all minds a little open, man. Those of y'all that's older. We gotta get more track of things. You know, the music and all these groups. Too many groups bringing too much separation in between us. And of course, the music is how they promote prison. Prison a big business, so you already know. They need bodies in here. And that, every generation they gonna find a new way to promote prison to that generation. They can't put an ad out in the paper. They gotta, you know, do how they gotta do it. Like I said, back in, you know, the early 1900s and 1800s, they used to use them wanted ads. A bank robber's getting away. You see a wanted ad, you say, damn, I should try my hand to rob a bank. It seems like they getting away. Every corner, they got a new wanted ad of a new nigga robbed the bank. Like that. Them wanted ads ain't had nothing to do with... We think the wanted ad have to do with the cop really looking for a criminal, but the wanted ad back in them days was all a strategy to kind of get the people to start committing crimes so they can fill up them jails, because jails is new at that time. They got to get bodies in there. And jail big business, but you got to get the bodies in there. Yo, common people ain't just thinking to do crime. They thinking to get vagina and stuff like that. And that you gotta kind of put it in their mind. This is why y'all have so many gangster movies. And if you wonder, like, why we got violent movies and stuff? It promote crime, because it needs y'all to do... Jails gotta be filled up. You follow? And that you're going to see a lot of violence being promoted. If you ever wonder, like, why this world so negative? It ain't about that. Jail just the most important business in terms of like lucrative. It been around for the ages, and it's, you get it? All they got to do is keep it filled. They get about 100 grand per inmate, so they just got to keep it filled. They get free work out that inmate, you know? So they just got to keep it filled. It's in the 13th Amendment. Involuntary servitude is illegal unless a person is in prison. Then you can make a slave out of them, and it's cool. And so they got to keep the jails filled. In that, when you get to the black race, well, all our streams of entertainment is negative. Meaning, if we watching black movies, they negative and violent. If we listening to black music, it's negative and violent. Whatever black people seem to like or get into, it become negative and violent. And this is because of that. They trying to promote prison to us. Not prison, but crime. If we do crime, we'll end up in prison. So that's why I keep calling it prison promotion. They promote crime to us, so we do crime. You know. You hear all these jail stories, you hear this and that, it kind of give you, y'all know how this go. And so they're promoting crime to our generation, or our race, over the generations, to fill up the prisons. And it's been working all this time. You get my point? And so that's how this works. And people kind of just fall into these things blindly, not realizing it. And that every generation y'all fall into whatever y'all do, but it lead to most of y'all going to prison. So you look online, you see all the minorities, mainly the blacks, that's on here going to prison though. For this dumb thing or that dumb thing having to do with online. So it's no different than crack in the past. Oh. Yeah, that's what we need. You know, as black people, we need a place where we can go out and kind of learn nature again. You know, how to plant seeds, hunt, you know, meat, things like this again. Make clothes, you know, you have to plant like that. The plants over there, you got the fibers inside of the plants. Those fibers are what you spin into straw. They have like spinning Jenny machines that you know, everything is technology now, but we get our thread from plants, meaning the fibers inside of them. If you ever broke open a plant, think like celery or broccoli. You kind of break open the stalk, you see those fibers in it. You know, dry that out, and you know, that is what spin into thread. And the different plants hold different fiber, meaning the fiber feels different. So banana plant, its fibers is what makes like silk, as a silk feel. Spin it in the thread, take that thread and weave it into a sheet of fabric, and then from there you make your shirt or whatever. Same with cotton or any other, you know, plant you could think of. All our clothes are made out of plants. I don't know how many, you know, black people know that. Yeah, I got a book about that called RDF. It's basically just a book I wrote for black people. Teach them about like the society we live in, like the stuff I'm teaching y'all now. RDF, land and wealth, land and resource wealth. And so in the book I explain what I'm explaining now. And of course I show y'all the different fabrics. It's not just on that though, it's a lot in the book. It's about 85, 90 pages long. Got a lot of information in it, explaining like, you know, the cities, if you somebody that ever want to get a city of your own. Like I said, it's a lot in the book. But you can visit my website, upscaleknowledge.org, and just go to the shop. It should be in there. I got 11 other books there as well. They all good. Yeah, back when you used to say grasp, I still do. And so when you're dealing with the plants, you got many different plants and they all have their fibers inside. These fibers are spun into thread. Of course, if they're not spun into thread, they become like, sticks. But you get it? Everything is recyclable and usable. And we just got to get back into that and learning those things. Get some of y'all out on the land. Some of y'all might be interested in learning how to make clothes from the resources, just to have it as a skill in life. You never know when there might be a nuclear bomb go off and we got to do everything from scratch. And so you definitely want to have somebody around that kind of know this kind of stuff, where they say, no sweat, I know how to make clothes. You see in movies how they try to show like the indigenous people kind of wearing like straw skirts, and that's kind of just to like give you a perspective that all the clothes we have is kind of made from the plants like that. In the past, they wasn't so much wearing, they wasn't wearing plants as clothes. That would be itchy and shit like that. But you get it? It had to do with the fibers inside of the plant and, spinning that in the thread. Kind of like Rumpelstiltskin. He was spinning the straw into gold. That's like a spin off how, clothes was made in the past. I don't know what you mean by electricity too, but I don't even see how that goes together, clothing and what I'm speaking about, but let me know. And so you have many different plants and they all have different fibers inside, meaning the fibers inside feel different when you dry it out and spin it in a thread. And so this is where you get your silk, satin, any fabric you can think of. When you're dealing with like jean or corduroy, it's the certain way you weave it. Meaning you got twill weaves, different kind of weave patterns. So this is what give jeans that Ripley feel, or corduroy that Ripley feel. It's just cotton, but the way they weave it, they do like a twill weave to give it a like a Ripley feel. But the book got all that kind of stuff in it. But that's what we need as black people, like a place where mainly the young, from like 14, 15 to maybe about 25, 30, could kind of come and learn things like that. Learn how to hunt safely, animals. Learn the time for these things, because everything is seasonal, even our diet. Nature produces, everything in its season. Apples grow in the fall, pineapples grow in the spring. You get it? Different crop harvests in different seasons. Of course, nothing harvests in the winter. This is hunting season, but our youth need to learn those things. Some of y'all can try it one year. You'll probably feel much better. Meaning make your diet with the season. Look up what crops harvest in the spring. And then you pick amongst that list of the things you already eat. Grain is a crop, you get it? So you always gonna have like your cereals you can eat, pancakes. This is all stuff made with grain. Pancakes, cakes. Like that. Look up what crops produce in the summer and keep your diet on whatever's produced during that time. Meaning whatever crops they say produce in the summer, pick the ones that you eat. And you'll see like, you're gonna feel different than you do now. We eat out of season. We don't even eat stuff that's fresh, but you get my point. We eat out of the season. Meaning our diet is not aligned with the season when the crops would harvest. And this is how we would be if we lived in nature. Meaning if we wasn't dependent on stores, everybody's diet would just match whatever's being produced in its season. Just naturally, you would eat whatever was produced during that season. That's when it's fresh, that's when it produces. We go to the store, so in that, you get it? We can buy things when it ain't got nothing to do with the season. In that, you get it? It takes us out of whack with nature. In that, you might feel a little heavy in the summer, bloated or something. In the winter, you might feel a little this or that. It's because of that. We not eating in season. And y'all have all y'all little fake diet laws. in that, you get it? Y'all get lost. But hopefully y'all grasp the things I said in this video. 4 hours done passed. Like I said, I usually leave the videos up if I get any givebacks. I'll check when I end the video. If not, you can always join the channel. This video will be, in the member section. Click that join button. And so y'all need to learn those things. You know how to make, clothes from scratch out the vegetation, how to hunt, skin the animal, use the skins for leathers and other things, and you get it? Everything that you would have learned before Babylon came along. Meaning this is what you would have learned just being in your tribe. You know how to fend for self all the way around the board. And then learn some unity. Nature will, when you in nature, you gonna have to, you get it? Your survival is dependent on the next person. And that, it ain't so much about you. You be more concerned with the next person. So nature treats you like a brotherly love. Because once you go out in nature, you kind of realize I ain't gonna make it out here by myself. Ain't no way. In that, whoever you come across or whoever you got on your side, you kind of cherish them more than yourself, because you look at it like, if they dead, or they done, I'm done. Think if you was lost in the jungle somewhere and you had a friend with you and then they died, so you'd be devastated because you like, I'm finished. Like that, you kind of cherish them more than anything in life. And so when you got that tribe vibe going on, the more members you got, the better, and everybody cherish everybody. Because everybody, kind of know. We dependent on one another. It's real out here. Purpose is something you find, but most people get lost in purpose. Become an extremist of it. But purpose is something that, we all find or don't. And everybody becomes a purpose, whether they realize it or not. Some purpose of a sort. And so everybody find their purpose. Those that don't, they just become one. Or they given whatever purpose or path they set on, and you get it? Overall, everybody becomes a purpose of some sort. But no one's chosen, if that makes sense. I know y'all see a lot of videos like with the chosen. Ain't no chosen. There's just those that choose, and those that don't. And that's any situation you could think of. You just got those that choose to do and those that choose to don't. And so when you're talking about purposes and things like that, you got those that choose to take on the purpose, whether it's manipulated upon them or it's their own purpose. And you got those that choose not to. But like I said, everybody will become a purpose of some sort. And so you want to make sure whatever purpose you fulfill is good, meaning fair, balanced. Something you could sleep on. Most people gonna realize they serve the negative things in life, not the positive things. And that's just from speeding through, not taking no time to reflect and think back. So you get it? Keep everything on the up and up. Now I'm about to depart. Be well. Hopefully y'all grasp. Salam, shalom.